Trump just announced a 10% tariff on 8 of our European allies until the U.S. purchases Greenland. And holy shit, what's the issue? He says the rate will increase to 25% in June and will apply to any and all goods. What is he doing? Again, what's the issue? He's applying economic pressure to achieve a national security initiative for America. The issue is Denmark and Greenland are seeing mass protests today against America as they made it clear Greenland is not for sale. They are a NATO ally of ours, and the president is willing to destroy that for what? For, I don't know, have you looked at maybe a frickin', I think they call them a map? Greenland is in North America, the Western, our hemisphere, and it sits at a critical midpoint between the U.S. and Russia. And as more ice melts, these shipping and military routes around Greenland are only becoming more and more crucial. Why the hell would a place of such strategic and military importance for the future security of the world be controlled by a tiny country in Europe with a military a fraction the size of ours? Because Denmark is a founding member of this thing. I don't know if you forgot about it. It's called NATO, and Greenland, therefore, as a territory of Denmark, has NATO protections. And a 1951 treaty between the U.S. and Denmark explicitly allows us to have military bases on Greenland, as many as we want, as what is necessary for their defense. And we used to have over 50 bases there, but it was our choice to reduce that to 1. If this was truly about security, we could reopen bases there. And that's the key point. Thank you very much. The U.S. is effectively NATO. We subsidize Europe's defense, and as ice melts, Greenland becomes more vulnerable, therefore creating an island 3 times the size of Texas in our hemisphere that the U.S. taxpayer must now also pay to protect. And what Trump is saying is this system is not sustainable. We're $38 trillion in debt. We can't keep increasing the amount of land our military needs to defend without some economic compensation, or we will become bankrupt. Well, that's why NATO countries have agreed to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035. Plus, Denmark announced $4.2 billion of extra defense spending in Greenland in October, and just recently another additional $2 billion. Plus, this Trump tariff threat comes in response to European countries, other ones, their militaries going over to Greenland to explore different ways to enhance its defense. So if this is really about defense from China and Russia, Europe seems more than willing to step up, but it's not, as Trump is openly angry about European countries being there. Well, yeah, it almost looked like a threat towards us, but we all know Europe can increase the size of their tiny militaries all they want, and that's all well and great, but if it ever came to it, the only country beating China in a war is us. So it would de facto always come back to the American taxpayer to defend Greenland. I think you're just missing the bigger picture. The history of the world was one of might means right. The bigger countries have always taken over the smaller ones, and you get this constant cycle of world wars, chaos, and death. Post-World War II, though, America attempted a new vision, one of strong alliances and international law, which has protected us from World War III. And if we destroy NATO, we destroy the value of international treaties and go back to might first, right? Hell, every country on earth will scramble to get a nuke because you can't trust a nuke treaty, and we will devolve back into this cycle of destruction. And this time, with everyone having nukes, who knows where that will lead? That's why Trump is attempting to buy Greenland. There has not been talk of military action. Yes, he's adding some economic pressure, but NATO remains, and we just think for the long-term stability of the world, the country providing defense of the free world needs some economic benefits, or else we will go bankrupt. I'm sure with negotiations, they would allow some U.S. companies to do some mining, but this is about Trump taking a real estate, trying to put his name on everything perspective to the world stage, and it doesn't work like that. We'll see the Louisiana Purchase, Alaska, Florida, all cash buys. There's a history of this in our country, and Trump is bringing that back. He may lose us everything else on that pursuit.
All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to do a complete media analysis over all the current events that happened today. Of course, Kristi Noem is about to get grilled by mainstream media about what's going on with ICE. The protests persist and gets worse in Minnesota and a whole lot more, guys. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
South Dakota and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
Well, DHS calls this the largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer, and President Trump is keeping his promise to the American people. And we literally have arrested and detained thousands of illegal criminals in Minnesota since President Trump came back into the White House. And I've never met a family that ever said, oh, I wish you would have left that rapist free. I wish you would have left that murderer on the streets. So we're just so thankful that we have a president that's upholding the law and is determined to make sure that the laws are applied equally to everyone.
According to Pew, Minnesota's population of immigrants here illegally stands at 2.2%. So how do you judge when you've gotten everyone off the streets that you say is, requiring your federal agents be there? How do you say we've had mission accomplished?
Well, we won't stop until we are sure that all the dangerous people are picked up, brought to justice, and then deported back to their home countries.
You don't have a number or a date?
We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be in this situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to be in place and allowed up to 20 million people unvetted.
I mean, here's the thing, that 2.2%, that's what we just got documented. Here's the thing, there's a lot of, they're undocumented for a reason. It's like, let's be real, that 2% could be like 5% for all we know. And I'm pretty sure as ICE goes out there and run their operations, they're finding new undocumented immigrants that they didn't even know was in here. So it's kind of a scary situation for them. They're like, yeah, that 2.2 is what we got on paper. But there's some guys that we don't got on paper that we're discovering, and that's probably the scary part about it.
Into this country, we have no idea how many dangerous people are here. When you have millions of people coming in that are terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminals, come from countries in the mass migration that the Biden administration facilitated, I can't tell the people of Minnesota exactly how many dangerous criminals they have. I do know that they're extremely grateful every time we get a pedophile off the street. We arrested an individual this week that was raping children. I think those parents in Minnesota can sleep better at night knowing that that person isn't free.
Sure. But you just said millions. What's the breakdown of the percentage of those who you have in custody who have actually committed a criminal offense versus just the civil infraction?
Every single individual has committed a crime, but 70% of them have committed or have charges against them on violent crimes and crimes that they are charged with or have been convicted of that have come from other countries that are here illegally, first of all, and then they have committed a criminal act while they've been here or in their home countries as well.
It's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys
have
keep
detained
changing your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay. Well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other numbers.
Wrong again. Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use.
I mean, I guess those are old numbers, but yeah, according to Kristi Noem, she's saying no, 70% of the people that we detain or arrest are, well, criminals. And the 30% are just, well, you're undocumented immigrant who just came over here undocumented illegally, but didn't really commit any crimes after that. But 70% of them are the ones that, well, they're pretty much trying to say that, yo, pretty much 70% of the illegals that come over here basically are committing a crime, or at least the ones that ICE are catching
them in the future.
Well, that's from your agency. Let's talk about our numbers here at CBS. 54% of Americans think the ICE agent shooting of Renee Good was not justified. 60% say the Trump administration responded to the ICE agent's actions unfairly. These numbers show you do not have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
I mean, when you only go to CBS numbers, when you kind of only look at your guys, actually, you know what, YouGov is decently fair. Actually, well, yeah, they're pretty fair. They're the ones who expose that, you know, the liberals actually approve of political violence. But no, they're decently fair. So yeah, there's actually even people on our side who don't necessarily agree with the outcome, but they do understand that, well, you know, once you ignore law enforcement enough times and you move your car when their hand is in there, you may not like the ending, but yeah, that's what it could lead to. It could either an officer being severely hurt or the suspect who's running away being severely hurt or killed. Even the officer could have got ran over and killed in that situation. So trust me, I get the confusion about it. I get why people don't like it. It's an ugly scene. But the sad reality of the ugly scene is that it was a strong case for self-defense on the officer's side.
Not have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
Well, the facts are that this individual weaponized her car and threatened the life of the law enforcement officer and those around him. And that is what the media needs to cover. People understand is the truth when they have the chance to hear the facts around the case. And this individual was impeding law enforcement operations for quite some time before this incident happened. It's a tragedy that this situation has happened in this country. And we hope there's never another situation like this before. But this officer relied on his training to defend his life and to defend those around him. And we're grateful that we're in a situation where we hope that more people don't weaponize their vehicles like this. We're seeing it happen over and over again. We've seen over 100 different vehicle weaponized and attacking law enforcement officers. I would hope that Mayor Fry, when he's on here, that he'll announce that he's going to start working with us to bring safety to the streets. If he would set up a peaceful protest zone so that these individuals can exercise their First Amendment rights and do so peacefully, we would love that. Because then we could work together to make sure we're getting criminals to justice. And
because the way the left is acting is like, oh, well, it's not protesting unless we can obstruct. I mean, no. You can peacefully protest, but as soon as you step into obstruction, that's where things get dangerous for the protesters. And I mean, the problem is that, yeah, when Walls and Fry just sit there as if this is not a problem, as if they can't do anything about it, they're kind of promoting it. And I'm be real with you, they should be brought up on charges for that, on obstruction, because there's so many things that they could do. She just said it right there. The mayor could set up a peaceful protest zone where it could line up, do all the protesting, but you can't interfere with ICE operations.
People still express their First Amendment rights.
Well, you know that it is in dispute about weaponizing a car versus driving forward, but I'll put that aside.
No, it's really not. Everybody can watch the videos and see that.
Well, let me talk to you about the officer, Jonathan Ross. He was struck. He was hospitalized.
Oh, don't say his name. I mean, for heaven's sakes, we shouldn't have people continue to dox law enforcement when they have an 8,000% increase in death threats against them. I know, but that doesn't mean it should continue to be said. His life, he got attacked with a car that was trying to take his life, and then the people have attacked him and his family, and they are in jeopardy. And we have law enforcement officers every day who are getting death threats and getting attacked at their hotels.
Well, can you tell me about his status right now?
Thrown at them and
well, of course, no one condones violence against anyone. But here, CBS reported that he did have internal bleeding in the torso, but he was released that same day. So is he back at work? Did you give him the required 3 days of suspension?
We followed the exact same protocols that we always have for years as to investigations into these situations.
Yeah,
but
3 days of
I'm not going to talk
administrative
about his
leave?
medical records. I know that you know that in itself is his prerogative to discuss his health, but we're
oh, guys, let's make sure we beat the algorithm by double tapping that screen and liking the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
We're hopeful that all of our law enforcement officers know that they can go out and do their job, apply the law equally to everyone, and that they can do so safely, and that the media and people aren't going to attack them for standing up for what's right.
I'm asking you about your policies. I asked you if you had put.
But here's the worst part about it. I'm pretty sure this Jonathan Roth fellow is getting death threats. I'm pretty sure his girlfriend is getting all types of harassment. I mean, trust me, it's gonna be bad for him for actually the next couple of years. He might have to quit ICE due to all the heat that's on him. And it's going to be sad because, I mean, like, yeah, your face is kind of out there. People see you working, going to be more outraged. And yeah, you being out there is only going to put you and your family in danger. I mean, it would be sad if it came to that, but it's looking like it.
Him on administrative leave. This is in question because the governor of Minnesota said the only person not being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her. Is he correct that the federal agent is not being investigated in any way? Is there any review of protocol here?
We are following the exact same investigative and review process that we always have under ICE and under the Department of Homeland Security and within the administration, the exact same policy that the Biden administration used.
So his actions are being reviewed?
So we haven't changed any of that. I would not listen to Governor Walz. He has a very bad track record. All this billions of dollars of fraud was stolen from people under his watch. He allowed it to happen. And he also ignored the law and allowed the city of Minneapolis to burn down in 2020. He certainly isn't have good judgment in these types of situations. And I'm not going to be taking any advice from him and how we implement the law and protect people.
Do I understand you saying that the Office of Professional Responsibility is doing its own probe to determine that the ICE agent violated protocol and that he was on 3 days of administrative leave, because that is what is in the handbook?
The protocol and the advice and the guidance within that handbook and within our policies is being followed exactly like it has been for years.
Okay, so there is some review of his actions. is what I understand you saying there.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a review of these police shootings, like every single time. Like, even if it's a clear cut, even if it's like obvious, they're always going to be reviewed. Like, there is no special treatment.
There always is. Every law enforcement officer knows that. When they take the oath to step up and to protect the public and put their lives on the line, they absolutely know that everything that they do will be analyzed and investigated. But also what I don't think they realized until just recently is how the liberals and the Democrats and the media would attack them and try to ruin their lives for doing what's right. And we're seeing in Minneapolis an unprecedented fraud history going on by elected leaders and individuals in that state, but also criminal activity, and it's being allowed to happen. When we did these operations in other cities across the country, we didn't see this kind of violence. We didn't see organized, funded protesters come in to conduct acts of violence against our law enforcement officers,
let's
like
talk
we're
about
seeing
that.
in Minneapolis. The elected leaders and Mayor
I mean, yeah, because the difference is when you do it in red states, yeah, the governor's not going to get in your way, and the governor's going to tell the mayor not to get in your way, or he's going to hold the mayor accountable. So, I mean, yeah, of course, you don't got a radicalized group, or you don't got a group who has the backing of their mayor and governor. That's the difference. In Minnesota, they have the backing of their mayor and governor, so they feel emboldened to go, well, a little too far. Like I said, they're over here getting in the street, obstructing them, trying to honk the horn to warn the illegals to get out the area. And then, of course, they're trapping them inside the cars, throwing fireworks at them, and vandalizing their cars and taking their weapons box. I mean, it's getting pretty extreme.
Fry is allowing that to happen and allowing this kind of violence to happen when we didn't see it in Louisiana, we didn't see it in Florida, we didn't see it in other cities.
We will talk to Fry about what's happening
we
in his
shouldn't
city.
have to be watching it here in Minneapolis.
But we have heard, and I'm asking you here about the security of your agents that you say you are concerned about. The local police chief said your agents are being forced into situations out in Minneapolis that they're not prepared to deal with. And we looked, and the Government Accountability Office said back in 2021, most ICE agents are not trained to handle crowd control.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be the local police department that the city mayor is supposed to send in so ICE can do their job. They're supposed to be immigration enforcement. You're right. They're not supposed to be doing crowd control. That's where the irresponsibility of the mayor sets in. It's kind of obvious. It's like, yeah, he's supposed to be providing the local police to provide crowd control for ICE. So the fact that he's not doing that, well, doesn't that kind of show irresponsibility on his side? And that the fact that they're trying to force ICE to do crowd control, which she's right, they're not trained to do. But if they don't have that crowd control from the local police, then what are they supposed to do then? Just stop doing their enforcements and just let the illegals roam because the city don't want to help them? No, they're not. They're just going to bring in more and double down. And if the city or the governor don't want to help, then, I mean, the National Guard is going to come in.
So are you looking at expanding the training for the agents that you are putting in this situation that you describe as dangerous out in Minneapolis?
They are absolutely trained for the situations that they're put in. We would never put an officer in a situation that they would be beyond their training and skill set. And so these are highly trained individuals that are here and in Minneapolis doing the operations they are. And frankly, the Minneapolis
control and
chief of police is
de-escalation?
not an expert. Absolutely, they are trained to that. Their specialized skill set is being utilized for where they are located and the jobs that they are doing in Minneapolis and across other cities across the country. They have an incredible amount of training that is ongoing throughout their careers.
Do you want to expand that?
Control in handling enforcement operations that they have. Do I want to expand it based on the Minneapolis police chief's advice?
Well, some
Not on his advice.
No, but
I will
some
continue
Republican
to use-
lawmakers have called
if
for
you
that.
remember, well, Republican lawmakers and Democrat lawmakers, they absolutely can continue to debate. That's what they're supposed to do, is work on policy and pass laws. What I know is that under the Department of Homeland Security has always been entrusted with training our federal law enforcement officers. We do it for many different agencies. We train those within the ATF, the DEA. We train those that are established across the country.
Yep.
We are the largest law enforcement operation and department in the government beyond the Department of War. And we're proud of that. And we've done it with excellence for years and are continuing to put the resources and people into our law enforcement officers. They need to change and to challenge these situations they're facing on the ground.
Yeah, but you've described this situation as unique. You've acknowledged that. I want to talk to you about some of the incidents that the public has seen. There was a U.S. citizen, Aliyah Rahman, on her way to a medical appointment out in Minneapolis. She was dragged out of her car and detained. Video of her arrest was spreading on social media. There were allegations there of aggressive tactics. You've seen other incidents, for example, out in Minneapolis, this family with 6 children.
Yeah, if you've seen the full video, they was telling her to get out the way. For some reason, she was ignoring them. And I mean, or she was trying to yell back at them. And because she didn't want to move her car, they took her out the car. And if you watch the full video, it's kind of funny that, yes, the ICE officer actually got her in her car and drove it off just to get it out the way. So, yes, that's what she got caught up for. Obstruction and getting in, getting in the way of ICE officers. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Like I said, let's beat the algorithm by double tapping that screen.
With one as young as 6 months old, got kind of caught in the incident as they were driving to basketball practice. The mother, Destiny Jackson, told CBS ICE agents stopped the car, told them to leave, but the agents were in the way, and they feared that they would have happened to them what happened to Renee Good. They didn't drive off. ICE released a canister of tear gas, and the mother described giving her infant CPR. We're showing that video there. Do any of these tactics seem to you heavy-handed?
I mean, let's be real. These people weren't out there protesting, trying to obstruct ICE. Then this wouldn't happen. What is a mother doing out there? Hold on now. Hold on. What is a mother doing out there with her infant? And then why are they even trying to obstruct ICE out here to where this could happen? But I mean, like I said, man, these protesters don't seem to really care about their life outside of protesting, I guess.
Incident as they were driving to basketball practice. The mother, Destiny Jackson, told CBS ICE agents stopped the car, told them to leave, but the agents were in the way, and they feared that they would have happened to them what happened to Renee Good. They didn't drive off.
Wow.
ICE released a canister of tear gas.
I know. That's what happens when you sow fear in the American people. You even got American citizens acting afraid of ICE for no good reason. All they had to do was just, move, stop, listen to them, and they'd have been good. But due to the fact that you're telling people that ICE is out here murdering people, premeditated killing of somebody, which they have not done, but due to the fact that you're calling them murderers, people are going to have an irrational fear towards them. I mean, thanks a lot, mainstream media. I mean, like I said, these people overreacting and getting themselves hurt is your fault.
And the mother described giving her infant CPR. We're showing that video there. Do any of these tactics seem to you heavy-handed?
The family was caught up in that situation because of violent protesters that were impeding law enforcement operations. And that family would have never been in that situation if those protesters had been acting peacefully and law enforcement was able to do their job without being threatened. And so it's a terrible situation that family had to go through. And I hope it never happens again. But we need to remember that because the mayor and the governor have allowed this kind of violence to be perpetuated across Minneapolis is why there's other innocent people that are impacted throughout the city, but throughout their state as well. And it doesn't have to be this way. They could establish a peaceful protest zone. They could enforce their laws. And if Governor Walz didn't recognize that what he is doing there is poor leadership, he wouldn't have put his National Guard on standby in order to respond. And I'm hopeful that he does recognize that he needs to start working with us.
Are your agents going to comply?
I know the White House has asked him to.
Sorry, with the federal order on Friday to not use chemical agents.
That federal order was a little ridiculous because that federal judge came down and told us we couldn't do what we already aren't doing. We just saw video of chemical agents being used. We only use those chemical agents when there's violence happening and perpetuating, and you need to be able to establish law and order to keep people safe. That's the only situation. So that judge's order didn't change anything for how we're operating on the ground because it's basically telling us to do what we've already been doing.
Madam Secretary, thank you for your time this morning.
Yeah, she's definitely getting grilled all throughout the media for this. And I mean, hey, it is what it is. But all right, though, let's go over to Fox News and let's see what they're saying about this because we're going to look at both spins on this, of course.
I want to bring in now former Deputy ICE Director, now Ohio congressional candidate, Madison Sheehan. Madison, welcome to the show. Listen, we have heard a lot from the leaders there in Minnesota. So I want to get everybody to listen to this really quickly.
We have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos.
Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution.
All right, well, you now have Governor Walz, Madison, who's saying, oh, maybe the temperature needs to be turned down. But sort of in the same breath, he's also calling on people to record ICE agents at every turn. And according to DHS, ICE agents have seen an increase in vehicular attacks, in assaults, in death threats. So tell us what it's like for these men and women on the ground in Minneapolis. And by the way, where is the outrage for the victims of these criminal illegal aliens, Madison?
Well, look, the law enforcement officers at ICE are the bravest in the country. They go out every single day and they arrest gang members, murderers, and rapists. They work every day to clean up the mess left by the Biden administration. And that's what our officers do. And when people like Governor Walz choose to put forth this harmful rhetoric that the Democrats continue to have, we're seeing this all over the country. And that's exactly why I'm running for Congress, because the same Democrats that have voted for years to support immigration law are now saying the very laws that the men and women of ICE that are enforcing is wrong, and they shouldn't be doing that. And my opponent, Marcy Kaptur, is one of those people who's been in Congress for over 4 decades voting for the immigration laws that she now says ICE officers shouldn't be enforcing.
Crazy.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people were sad to hear your resignation as the deputy ICE director. You did a great job, but in doing so, you launched your congressional run there in Ohio. So give me an idea. Obviously, you're talking specifically about these immigration issues, but
here's just a little bit of what's going on with these protests. Because, I mean, there's a lot going on.
Minneapolis, anti-Muslim and pro-ICE protesters clashing with anti-ICE demonstrators over the Trump administration's policies. Just in the last hour, we've learned from Minneapolis police, officers did observe people who appeared injured, but they left before speaking with officers. MPD says there have been no injuries reported by victims. The governor's office tells us National Guard troops have been mobilized and are ready to help law enforcement, but none have been deployed on the streets. Our Renee Cooper was on the ground this afternoon and has a closer look at the protests and the confrontations that unfolded. Renee.
Kellen, here, all quiet at this hour, though earlier today there were metal gates up on either side of the street where a protest was planned on this side and a counter protest on the other, all ultimately converging into one. Minneapolis City Hall, the backdrop as a dueling crowd gathers, largely drawn in response to the presence of out-of-state right-wing influencer and pardoned January 6 rioter Jake Lang. Lang surrounded throughout the afternoon by a few of his supporters and many more protesting his rhetoric. Behind them, as the initial crowd hits its peak, an armored Minneapolis police vehicles and officers in tactical gear in line, a couple of times ordering protesters over intercom to keep off the streets.
God bless America, God bless President Trump, and God bless legal immigration.
Jason Johnson came from Greater Minnesota to join Lang's, quote, Crusader March, leaning on anti-Muslim rhetoric in support of massive ongoing immigration enforcement in the Twin Cities.
People are worried about these people who are coming into our town because they're solely looking to disrupt things and to harm people who are here defending our immigrant communities.
Lang's message largely drowned out by counter-protesters and music. The vast majority of signs signaling support of Minneapolis's.
I mean, Lang's an agitator. That's the problem. He's an agitator. I mean, he got 2 groups that don't like him. And that's crazy how he went to Minneapolis where both of them reside. He said the anti-ICE and the Muslims are there, bro. And you're going there with your rhetoric. And here's the problem, though. It's like him, yeah, he's an agitator. I'm sorry, but he doesn't like. I would say this: he protests, but he is the way he does it is he tries to get you to do something to him. And there's a difference between peaceful protests and protesting to agitate somebody. And it is baiting because trust me, he's allowed to protest in however form he wants. But when those consequences come, those type of guys you love to play victim right after.
And Somali and larger immigrant community. Things escalated during the march that followed. Chopper 5 was overhead as someone appears to hit or push Lang and he falls to the ground. Another video shows people repeatedly kicking him as he's inside this car. Organizers of the larger Defend Our Neighbors protest say they firmly stand in nonviolence, telling me they decided not to march to avoid such escalation. People also joined in from various locations throughout the afternoon, leaving it unclear who's responsible for these apparent assaults. Drew Harmon with Minnesota 50501 says peace was the message all along.
Yeah.
I mean, how clear has that been? Has that been communicated to everyone?
I don't know if peace is the message when you're beating up people you disagree with. Like, we know bro's an agitator, but I'm like, dang, he ain't had to just whoop his ass out of town. But like I said, man, wherever you can agitate at, you can find Jake Lang. I don't know. That's why a lot of people think he's a Fed. I personally don't share that view, but that's why a lot of people think he's a Fed, though. And you always find them where the agitators are at.
Who's come out today?
We are very committed to nonviolence and not taking the bait. We want them to see us standing strong and standing with resolve and discipline, something that we've seen the other side lack consistently.
Now, Minneapolis police tells us they are aware.
Are y'all sure? Because, I mean, they're not really showing, Jake Lang's guys beating up you guys. It kind of shows you guys beating up Jake Lang. So I'm not really sure what you mean by that, buddy.
Of reports of Lang being assaulted from accounts on social media, though they say no official report has been filed, and they encourage.
No, that is what Jake Lang is. He wants somebody to be violent to him so he can run to the community and be like, he can run to the internet and be like, oh my God, look how violent they are. I'm like, bro, you know they outnumber you out there. You know this. I mean, think about it like this. I remember when a whole bunch of liberals were like talking crazy about what was it? It was a huge group of Trump supporters, right? And it was a bunch of liberals over there pretty much getting rowdy and all that good stuff. Even they had the common sense to not try to be agitators. Even they knew, like, that's probably not the best idea. We'll sit here and protest peacefully. That is not Jake Lang. That is not him. Trust me, it is not him. Like, it's not him. It's something a little bit different about that guy. He's not what we would call a good actor. And he's not out there trying to go for a message here. He's actually out there trying to get people to attack him. Like, that's why his demonstrations be so extreme. For whatever reason, I do not understand. I mean, look, you could just go out there, hold a sign and support the president. And I don't think that's what happened to him. But, bro, he'll get in your face. He'll get in your face with a blowhorn and blow that in your face and act like you're not supposed to do something about it. And then what he does with the Muslims, I'm like, oh, man, it's like, all right, bro. All right, freedom of speech. But those consequences, man.
Anyone who's experienced assaultive behavior throughout the events today to report it to MPD. As of this hour, no arrests have been made, MPD tells us. Live in Minneapolis tonight, Renee Cooper, 5 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thank you, Renee. The Minnesota Republican Party says it was not affiliated with the anti-Islam pro-ICE protest, and it was aware of rhetoric threatening violence. Party Chair Alex Plekish says the GOP condemns violent language and threats from anyone.
I told you, they threaten violence. It's like, I'm gonna be real with you. I've even heard Jake Lang's protesters literally threaten violence against people. Like, that's why I said he's an agitator. And a lot of people keep trying to defend it. I'm like, bro, I've literally heard recordings of these guys agitating, saying, I'll beat your ass. Oh, you're a Muslim lover. This is why when we take over, we're going to kill you. Like, bro, these guys are radicals. That's why I try to tell people, don't get behind these guys, because these guys literally provoke violence. And at a certain point, I do say, it's like, all right, bro, if you want to go ahead and protect that under freedom of speech, cool, that's you. But everybody's been saying this guy, like, in his crowd, starts like spewing violence and all that good stuff. And that's the problem. And it's not like they're just holding up a sign going like, deport these illegals. They're not doing that. They're holding up a sign in your face talking about, I'm gonna beat your ass. We're gonna report these illegals, and they're low-key getting rowdy with them. And then when these protesters jump them, they run to the internet and talk about, oh, Muslims are violent, the left is violent. And I'm gonna be real with you. There is some truth to that, but when the way he does it is like, bro, like, what are you, a Fed? Is like you're deliberately going out there trying to get other people hurt and yourself. I don't get it. That's why I just don't trust Jake Lang.
With the anti-Islam pro-ICE protest, and it was aware of rhetoric threatening violence. Party chair Alex Plekish says the GOP condemns violent language and threats from anyone on any side.
GOP
He says
don't
those who
blame him 'cause
support
he's
law
crazy.
enforcement and who want to do so should do it peacefully by thanking officers, showing respect at public events, and obeying the law.
Bro's just crazy, bro. Trust me, he's just crazy. It's like, that's the problem. Like, I promise you, there's just something wrong with Jacob Lang. There's a way to get your message out without wanting people to attack you. And that's the thing. He wants people to attack him. And I mean, if you want to go out there and do the same thing, feel free to. I'm praying for you. But don't be surprised when the same thing happening, especially, and he does it so smooth. I'm surprised nobody calls it out. You deliberately go to where these large crowds are, being the smaller crowd, saying violent stuff, and then, of course, doing your little agitating things, of course, and then expect nothing to happen. I'm just like, bruh. But I mean, hey, sometimes he get his protesters off and nobody does anything. So it's not all the time they ain't violent. But let's be real. It's like he's trying it. But let's see what else is going on with these protesters.
Thank you for joining us on this Saturday. We are
Popping up
following
all
several developing stories tonight, but we begin in Minnesota and the tense showdown over President Trump's immigration crackdown. Today, pro and anti-ICE demonstrators clashed in Minneapolis as the governor's office announced the National Guard had been mobilized and stood ready to assist state law enforcement. Adding to the mayhem, the freezing January weather. CBS's Ian Lee is in Minneapolis tonight and leads us off. Ian, how are things looking?
Sharika, it's brutally cold, feeling well below zero, but the deep freeze.
Monty, you watched the video when he was getting carried. We all watched the video when bro was getting carried away, bro. They're like, trust me, I don't like the fact that he got blammed in the head, but bro, trust me, he didn't deserve. I'm not saying that he deserved violence. I'm just saying that he set himself up for it. That's all I'm saying. And if you're saying that, oh, well, should he be quiet? No, but I mean, you should be smart. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with saying that.
Not stop demonstrators today, protesters for and against the ICE crackdown in the state.
In America. Today, new rage on the streets of downtown Minneapolis, sparked by protesters in support of the anti-immigration operation.
Oh, Monty says link. Well, right now for about a week, I'm suspending all guests until I figure out what's going on. I'm not sure if it's the cursing. As you see, I'm watching my language. So I'm suspending all guests until then. I'm sorry, bro, but I got to protect my channel. I got to figure out what's going on. And it seems like things are recovering. And I need to see what's up, because even YouTube was on me going like, well, if there's heavy profanity being used as well, that could also hit your engagement. I've been talking to these guys for like the past 48 hours now. So please work with me during these, moments. I appreciate your support and your patience.
Leading the cause, Jake Lang, a January 6 rioter convicted and then pardoned by President Trump. Why are you out here today?
The replacement of white Americans by Somalians in Minnesota is a tragedy.
I mean, I ain't lying. Well, he ain't lying. I would say this. The replacement of white Americans by all immigrants is a tragedy. All immigrants. But trust me, I hear the man's message. But like I said, the way he goes about it, think about this. Guys like this guy right here, these are the agitators. Like, why are you so fully masked like this? Like, it let you know it's kind of Antifa-like, is it not?
His supporters today outnumbered by counter-protesters shouting for them to leave the city. Some 3,000 federal officers and ICE agents have been deployed to this state. More than 2,500 people arrested. Tensions still red hot after an ICE officer fatally shot Renee Good 10 days ago. Today, protesters said the Arctic blast helped their cause.
We're ready for this. This is just, again, normal winter for us.
This as a federal judge in Minnesota ordered immigration agents to stop using tear gas and detentions against peaceful protesters. The judge also ruling that agents cannot stop drivers or passengers without reasonable suspicion, and protesters can follow agents. Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino had this reaction today.
We're going to continue to use that minimum amount of force necessary to accomplish our mission.
The Justice Department is now investigating Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, accusing them of impeding federal immigration agents. Walz punching back, posting the only person not being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her.
Well, I mean, you know, the shooting of Renee Good is being reviewed, but like a lot of people are caught up in their emotions. They've been radicalized by the rhetoric that's been flown around social media and all through mainstream media about, oh, it's a murder. When you cannot sit there and say this was a premeditated killing. You can't sit there and say that. And what about due process, libs? I thought due process was a thing. So what? We no longer believe in innocent till proven guilty. It's just, oh, because he's an ICE officer, automatic guilt. Oh, ICE officer under Trump, by the way, automatic guilt. But when not Biden, but when Obama was doing this, everybody shut the F up. I mean, when Obama's crackdown with ICE and was actually getting citizens detained, you guys had nothing to say. When he accidentally deported people, y'all had nothing to say. So I'm going to be real with you. During these ICE crackdowns, and depending on how bad the situation is, yes, mistakes will happen. But it's crazy how forgiving you guys was under Obama, but you're over here radicalizing every situation that happens under Trump. It's like crazy. Guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get those likes up.
Being investigated for the shooting of Renee Good is the federal agent who shot her.
Jake Lang says that he was stabbed in the scuffle earlier today. Meanwhile, this detention center remains the flashpoint. We've seen several people arrested, as well as officers using irritants to disperse the crowd. Jerika?
Ian Lee for us tonight. Thank you.
And all right, guys, let me go ahead and get it right. Go ahead and get into the next one. And then we're going to go ahead and get into the videos that Monty was talking about as well. Because like I said, there was a video where bro, like he got hit with a brick or something, like right upside the head. You could see the blood going down. And then on the other video, you seen where he was getting kicked inside the car and all that good stuff. Crazy.
There was a small rally led by hardened January 6th rider Jake Lang. That relatively small group was drowned out by the counter protesters. Things got a bit tense. People were throwing water balloons at the right-wing group, and Lang appeared to be bleeding at one point. The counter-protesters have appeared to have dispersed the right-wing group. Police then came. There was a bit of a face-off, and police then retreated. The counter-protesters are now continuing to march through the city. Counter-protesters are circling one of the few people that was with small right-wing protest, and they forced the protester to take off an overshirt that had said freedom on it, and they're surrounding the man as he tries to leave the crowd.
Now let's go ahead over here on next and pull this video up real quick.
Jake, you thought it was a good idea, didn't you? Jake, you thought this was a good idea, didn't you? That shit talking.
All right, that's fucked up. Yeah. Obviously, you could tell it was something upside the head. All right, now they're out for blood. Now this is where it gets sick. See, this is where it gets sick, and I don't agree. It's like, bro, like I said, he should be able to say what he wants, but when you deliberately put yourself in a dangerous situation like that, it's like, bro, oh my goodness. It's like, I prayed for the man, but I'm like, bro, really? In a large crowd like that, you want to go out there and agitate them? And like I said, his crowd has been known for getting violent with certain protesters, and then it just turns out into a brawl. Like, I'm sorry, but when you got a record for that, at a certain point, we got to hold you accountable and be like, all right, bro, like maybe your demonstrations need to calm down. And I'm not sure why you got guys masked up like Antifa, by the way. That's also a little bit weird as well. Like, yeah, let's not try to copy the enemy here. Now, what you're seeing here is the Minnesota National Guard on standby, amid escalation on these anti-protest is going on in Minnesota. So yeah, they're on standby, guys, and they're not playing around apparently. So, and shout out to my man Monty. He said if the protesters is peaceful, then they shouldn't be able to be provoked. Notice how no one on the other side got hurt. Just because you don't like the way he's saying something doesn't mean you get to beat him. I mean, we always do say freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequence. And the problem is, though, that he goes to these oversighted crowds, Monty. You got to understand, they're too big. They're too big, bro. Like, at a certain point, I would even fear for a lefty that did that. Like, they're going out there agitating MAGA, trying to get in fights with them. Like, some of the guys, Antifa, and they try to get in fights and they start brawling. No, that's exactly what was happening under Trump's first term when he had to denounce the radicals, the white supremacists. Like, that's exactly what happened. People who showed up, there are certain people who are agitators in there, and it may not even be Jake Lang, but it does seem like this follows him. That's the problem. I'm just pointing out a pattern. I'm not saying he deserves it. I'm not, but I am saying that, yo, look, being like, well, as you said, if he's protesting peacefully, then he shouldn't be able to, well, they shouldn't be able to be provoked. Actually, like I said, if you're being attacked and you see one of your fellow protesters being attacked and you've got this mob mentality, you see one of your fellow MAGA guys getting attacked just for, his freedom of speech, you might join in on that. I'm just saying it's the mob mentality, sadly. Human psychology is a bitch. Oh. And shout out to my man Monty for the baller alert. He said exposing violence isn't agitating. I don't like, bro. I'm like I said, when you ask both sides, they're saying that he's agitating. Their side starts agitating them, and they jump in on it. And then, of course, when you ask him, they says, well, no, they start agitating us, and then they just chased us around. It's like, when you talk to both sides, you get the same story every time. And that's what's killing me with Jake Lang. It ends almost the same way every time. And this time it ended with blood being drawn, which I don't like that. But at a certain point, though, you got to understand, it's like, Monty, I think it's just the actor here. It's just him. It's just him. Like, I'm not against protesting against this stuff or protesters in general. It's just the way this guy does it, a track record follows him.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. All right. It came out about 2 hours ago. As you see, though, the National Guard is getting ready because it's almost imminent at this point. Like I said, I might as well show it. I mean, bro, when you're doing stuff like tearing, literally stealing cop weapons or stealing ICE weapons, I don't even know what else you can say. It's like, bro, bring in the National Guard. F it. Bring in the Marines.
Almost there.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Bullet? It's some bullets. What is it? I don't know.
I mean, no way. They're only doing this. Why? Because they're told they can get away with this. They know that well. I mean, the mayor's behind them, obviously. Tim Walz is behind them. Instead of the mayor actually doing some type of crowd control or actually doing protest control, he's telling to tell ICE to get out, which is telling the protesters that, oh, he's on our side. Instead of telling us to tone it down, he's telling the guys we're going against to get out. So I guess what we're doing is fine. I mean, it's sick, but this is what they're doing. And if you're a liberal getting mad at this, I'm sorry, but tell your side to turn down the temperature, because they're out here even stealing badges, or my bad, but patches.
Tourniquet there.
Did he get?
Okay. Hey, don't film that. Who's that running?
Now, luckily they caught this guy later on, but you see how hectic the scene is. Like, obviously this turned from protesting to obstruction. And at this point, they don't want the enforcement of federal law, which is basically an insurrection. I mean, you are going against federal law, aka the government. You're getting violent about it. You're stealing police weapons for it. I mean, what else do you want us to call it at this point? Y'all kind of showing y'all hand. I mean, I guess y'all don't got nothing to stand on no more when it comes to January 6th, because look at me, look what's going on in Minnesota.
Hello from Washington and welcome to the Hill Sunday. I'm Chris Steyerwalt. Like with the killing of George Floyd in 2020, Minneapolis is again the flashpoint for angry confrontations and allegations of police brutality. We go live now to the Twin Cities, where News Nation national correspondent Mills Hayes has the latest. Mills, what can you tell us today?
Good morning, Chris. Well, overnight, we learned that the Pentagon has ordered about 1,500 active duty soldiers to prepare for a deployment to Minnesota if violence escalates. That, according to media reports. And we know here on the ground that the Minnesota National Guard wasn't on standby this weekend in case anything happened. President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act earlier this week, but he did say Friday that he doesn't see a need for it yet. He did post on Truth Social earlier this morning saying that ICE is going after criminals, and why are the Minnesota people fighting this so much? Now, we were at the ICE facility in Minneapolis overnight, where we've seen those constant clashes between federal officers and protesters. And we did see in the beginning of the day at least 10 people arrested for things like spitting on officers' cars or throwing water at officers. Now, then we saw the local sheriff's department place their vehicles in the middle of the road, blocking those protesters from getting in the street. And that's when things started to die down quite a bit. We didn't see any more arrests after that, but not the scene that we have seen throughout the past couple of weeks. In fact, in downtown Minneapolis yesterday, we saw a rally that was put on by a guy named Jake Lang, who had been pardoned by President Trump for his role in the January 6th insurrection. He was holding an anti-Muslim immigration and Minnesota fraud rally down here. He was surrounded by hundreds of counter protesters that were against ICE. He did leave the scene appearing to have some blood on the back of his head. It's unclear exactly what happened. Minneapolis police were on the scene at the time, but we have seen protests throughout the city, especially following the death of Renee Good. And we've seen them break out in neighborhoods of Minneapolis whenever those ICE observers are going out and following ICE officers or Border Patrol agents.
It's a George Floyd moment, guys. We are finally here. I mean, bro, it's crazy, but hey, man, white people got their own George Floyd. I mean, they may not want to claim her, but they got it. I mean, bro, and it's in the same city. The same city. I mean, my man, the past truly does repeat itself sometimes. That is crazy. Same city, same damn near same thing. And I mean, an officer kills a citizen. It's a bit questionable on how it really went down. George Floyd, people said overdose. They said we're strangulation. Jonathan Ross, white man too. I mean, it's always a white man out of nowhere. I mean, man, this ain't looking good for you guys this year. I mean, starting out, it's a little too soon, but starting out, just look at the comparisons, guys. It's like the same formula used again, and they're all falling for it again. And they're gonna start destroying cars, their houses, their own cities again. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can stop before it gets to that. But it's looking like it's about to go there again. Hopefully it don't turn into a nationwide thing, because if this gets bad enough and protesters start dying, then I see protesters popping up all over America, and then it's really going to get bad.
Trying to disrupt the operations. We've also seen them play out at the ICE facility and following another ICE officer involved shooting of a Venezuelan immigrant this past week who DHS says was attacking officers on the ground. And when we see these protests, these clashes between federal officers and these protests do break out. And at times we've seen tear gas and pepper spray used, as well as protesters even throwing things. We saw on Wednesday night that Minneapolis police said that protesters were throwing ice and rocks at officers. And so it's a tense situation on the ground. The Department of Justice now investigating Minneapolis Mayor Frye as well as Minnesota Governor Walz. They say that this is all intimidation tactics. But again, we did hear from a federal judge that has ruled that federal officers can't use tear gas or pepper spray or detain peaceful protesters. That coming in on Friday, Chris.
Detain, yeah, that's the problem though. They go from peaceful protesters to obstructors. So I mean, apparently now there's a thin line between peaceful protesting and obstruction. So I'm sorry, but it's a little bit difficult to decide. Like you can't detain peaceful protesters. Well, I'm pretty sure they were never doing that. When the peaceful protesters turn to agitators, well, yeah, that's where they can be detained.
Okay. Mills Hayes in Minneapolis, we thank you.
Thank you for. And all right, now let's go ahead and get over to Face the Nation, because they got Jacob Frye on here, mayor of Minnesota, who's letting all this go down, by the way, as we speak.
We're joined now by the mayor of Minneapolis, Mr. Jacob Frye. Good morning to you, Mr. Mayor. The secretary specifically called on you to set up a safe zone where protests would be contained. Is that something you're looking at?
First Amendment speech is not limited to one park or one section of the city. You are allowed to protest so long as you're doing it peacefully. And by the way, we've got tens of thousands of people in Minneapolis that are grinning down the bear, that are peacefully expressing their First Amendment rights. So no, you can't have just one section of a city. That's not the way First Amendment works.
I want to ask you a number of things about what's happening in the city, but I just want to get out of the way. These reports that have been in the press since Friday, that you and Governor Tim Walz are under federal investigation. CBS reporting is that this is for alleged conspiracy to impede immigration agents. The Deputy Attorney General also said earlier this week he's going to stop you, quote, from your terrorism. Have you received any subpoena or any official notice that you are under investigation? And if so, for what?
Should be.
We have not received any official anything at this point. And so I can't comment on what I don't know about. That being said, this whole dynamic is deeply concerning, because supposedly they would be coming for me and targeting me for something that is core and critical to my job as mayor, and that is speaking for my residents and my constituents. That we are at a place right now where the Department of Justice or the federal government could be coming after senators and governors and mayors simply for speaking for their respective constituencies and disagreeing with this federal administration. I mean, this kind of thing happens in other countries. This cannot happen in America.
Well, our reporting is it's impeding immigration agents, but the specifics of that.
That's the thing. It's impeding. The problem is, though, you guys want to keep trying to call them peaceful protesters, but when they get in the way of law enforcement, yeah, that's a problem right there. That's a problem. And shout out to Monty. He says it's okay to I'm pretty sure you're saying it's okay to protest unless your name is Jacob Lang. Well, you know, like I said, I don't know about him, man. I think he's just a bad actor. I think he's just, like I said, I honestly think he's an agitator the way things, you know, go with him. But I mean, like I said, he's allowed to do what he want to do. I wish that they didn't get attacked, but hey, like I said, apparently he's an agitator and that's what got him attacked. Or they could be bullshitting us and they just mobbed his ass because of what he was talking about, because it was just, you know, oh, how dare you speak up against ICE? How dare you speak up for ICE? Like, and they just attacked him for that. I mean, that's also possible. But, you know, from media sources, they're saying that he had agitators that was going out there and attacking the protesters, and they responded to him. I was like,
we would love to see some paperwork on from the administration. In terms of what's happening in your city, the Minnesota National Guard was mobilized Saturday by the state, which the police chief supported as potential support for his local law enforcement. They have not been deployed. Do you think your city needs them? And how would you describe the protest this weekend?
We are doing the work to keep people safe in our city, and specifically, it is our local police officers. It is the state of Minnesota and our governor. We are doing everything possible to keep the peace, notwithstanding this occupying force that has quite literally invaded our city. I mean, we've got 600 cops in the city of Minneapolis, and we're talking about 3,000 plus ICE agents and border control that have come in. They're not making our city safer. In fact, our city has been safe. Crime is down in virtually every.
I mean, let's be real. No, you're not making your city safe. You're putting your own constituents in danger by not doing any type of protest control or crowd control for the protesters through the local police that you have control of. So yes, that's your fault. You're putting your constituents in danger because you don't want to get. Well, I'm be real with you. Start engaging in crowd control, and that's all you got to do. Like, let's be real, for him to stop all this he doesn't have to do much. He just has to use the powers that, well, he was voted in to have. So it is a bit irritating to hear this guy like, you know, talk about, oh, ICE is the enemy, and oh, they're locking up peaceful protesters and they're getting in the way. It's like, bro, you're letting them do this, and this is what you want. And I do hope they bring charges of obstruction on him, because he can end this today. He has all the powers, all the tools in the world to end this today, but he won't. He says, instead of Monty says, don't side with the mob. Of course, they say that. Look at how they point anyone who disagrees with them and is popular. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. When it comes to Jake Lang, I don't know. It's just like, if it was anybody else, I'd believe you, Monty. I just have a certain, I don't know, just certain, No, like I said, it's that natural distrust. Like, you see a guy, you're just like, nah, I don't trust you, bro. You an agitator, bro. You ain't really for the cause. You just out here trying to stoke division. That's all I think he's here for, Monty. Now, you think differently, and that's fine. I mean, that's fine, but that's just where we differ in opinion. Of Jake Lang, not on freedom of speech, of course, and on protesting. Because, like I said, if it had been anybody else, honestly, I would be on your side here. But it's Jake Lang, and he has a repeated pattern of this. I'm just like, nope, don't trust him.
Category in virtually every neighborhood of the city.
You said occupying force. Don't you think it's a bit much?
Yeah. Thank you. Hey, yo, shout out to her. She's like, occupying force is crazy to think to say. An occupying force, like, well, bro, ICE isn't like what, a branch of the Russian army or the Chinese army. So what are you saying?
Every neighborhood of the city.
You said occupying force. Don't you think it's a bit much?
I mean, look, you can go through whatever rhetorical flourish you want, but when you have 3,000 ICE agents and border control come to the city, when you've got this supposed threat of 1,500 military coming to the city, yeah, that's very much what it feels like. When you outnumber local police officers 5 and 6 to 1, That is the vibe. And so the bottom line is, if the goal were safety, this is not how you get there. If the goal is safety, I can give you a very antidote to some of the violence that we're seeing. It's have them leave.
Well, they argue, the administration that is, that this is a sanctuary county and a sanctuary city, and they are enforcing federal immigration law, and that therefore this is called for, that they're cleaning up a mess that the last administration created. I mean, how do you prescribe in this unprecedented situation for local and federal officials to work together here?
We have worked together. We do work together when this is about getting murderers and rapists and all the other bad stuff that Kristi Noem just said off the street. We have worked with the DEA and the FBI. We've worked with the ATF and the U.S. Attorney's Office to drive down crime, get violent criminals off the streets. And on the north side, shootings are the lowest that they've ever been, I believe, on record. And so nobody's against that. But that is not this. This is not about safety. What this is about is coming into our city by the thousands and terrorizing.
I'm done. Shout out to Monty. He says the mayor of vibe. How ridiculous. Literally, it's a vibe to them. It's like, of course it's not really an occupation, but doesn't the vibe tell you it's an occupation? I mean, yeah, you're right. It's not the Chinese or Russian forces that's taking over Minnesota and locking up immigrants. I mean, which would be crazy. But it's the vibe of it, guys. It's just the vibe of occupation. I'm like, bro, yeah, too much feelings, too much feels. Shout out, Monty.
Simply because they're Latino or Somali. And yeah, people in Minneapolis are speaking up. They're speaking up peacefully. They're standing up for their neighbors. And this is not just about resisting Trump. This is about loving and caring for the people that call this city home. And it's been inspiring.
Well, on the ICE actions themselves, your attorney general out in Minnesota, Keith Ellison, has asked Minnesotans to gather information about federal actions and post them on his website. What's the intent of those incident reports? And I understand in theory what this is, but if you are saying that it is not safe for civilians to be inserting themselves in enforcement operations or even surrounding enforcement operations, aren't you asking them to do something that is endangering them?
No, civilians should not be involved in enforcement operations. Taking a cell phone out and videotaping what's going on is not enforcement. That's transparency. You know, sunlight can be the best disinfectant. And in this case, yeah, they're disinfecting some of the really horrible things that are taking place on our street because, to the extent that ICE agents are doing things that are unconstitutional, and by the way, they are. This is their opportunity to make sure that it is seen, that it is judged, and that we get our day in court. They do.
I think the whole country is hoping for stability and peace and security. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see about that. But let's get into this little video real quick. One more on this protest, because like I said, it's about to be a federal crackdown in Minnesota.
The U.S. defense official tells CBS News active duty soldiers are on standby for possible deployment to Minnesota. The official says about 1,500 soldiers have been put on standby in Alaska. This comes days after President Donald Trump said he is considering invoking the Insurrection Act, which gives him the authority to deploy armed forces domestically. This also comes as the Minnesota National Guard is mobilized to be on standby as well, but they also have not been deployed. Officials from the Public Safety Department say if they are activated, members will be wearing reflective vests to identify them over other agencies. This comes as the latest CBS News poll shows more than half of people find the shooting of Renee Good not justified. 53% of those responding said that. 28% of those responding say it was justified, and 17% say it's too soon to say. Meanwhile, a second CBS News poll found that more than half of people think ICE operations should be, quote, decreased following recent events in Minneapolis. 53% of people said decreased, a quarter said activity should be increased, and 22% say it shouldn't change at all. Protesters clashed with anti-Muslim and pro-ICE demonstrators in the streets of Minneapolis yesterday. Clashes between the two groups turned violent at times. Our Frankie McLister was there. He has been reporting on ICE activity throughout the state, including in Wilmer, and he joins us right now. Frankie?
Yeah, hi there, Esme. Outside of City Hall and the Federal Courthouse Plaza, right here in downtown Minneapolis, there was a large crowd of counter-protesters facing demonstrators that were also praising ICE. Now, among those praising the federal agency and shouting anti-Muslim slurs was a man named Jake Lang. And Lang was charged for assaulting an officer in the January 6th riot before being pardoned by President Trump. As time passed, they left the city hall and stormed through the downtown streets where the crowd followed. The whole mob then stopped outside of Hotel Indigo, where Lang appeared to run inside the building, bleeding. Minneapolis police later asking the crowd outside of the hotel to clear, and everyone then circled back to the city hall and eventually did just that.
Wow.
This latest
Great thing is, though, I've not seen not one little iota of this man. Now, I've seen his people get violent in other protests, but I ain't seen nothing about no violence in this one. All we've heard is the news is pretty much the news say that, yeah, well, the protesters say he was being they were getting violent, but I ain't see that in this one. I'm gonna be real with you. But shout out to Tove. Appreciate you, sis. She says, Fry boy, you know he reminds me of Macron and a cuck. Also, apparently a lot of right-leaning streamers are seeing record low viewers yesterday and today. Man, I mean, trust me, I've seen also a couple of videos as well about what's going on. Like YouTube recently updated their homepage and all this wild stuff. But we'll see. Well, we'll see what's going on with that one. Apparently, they've been reporting it across the board. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. That's cool and all, but boy, across the board. But I don't know. I ain't gonna say too much on it, but hey, it is what it is. This is pretty much why I gotta suspend the whole call in and for a little bit to just make sure it's not about the whole profanity thing. At least give them a week of very little profanity. But shout out to man, appreciate it, sis.
Result of Minneapolis with the ICE agents. It's completely insane, and we're hoping that we send a message to the administration.
Be here in America if you're legal. If you're not legal, get work on your citizenship.
Now, Lang posted online that he was stabbed at yesterday's event. Minneapolis police now say that they didn't receive a report of any injuries. MPD does also add that in general, crowds were
really. I mean, no. He said so he said he was stabbed. And that's the thing. Don't be real with you. When we seen him walk to his car, it looked like he got a brick knocked over his head and bleeding. We didn't really see him holding anywhere like somebody would be stabbed. So this is why I be telling you that this man, Jake Lang, on both sides, bro, duplicity could be on both sides. That's why I'm not really trusting anything that this man, Jake Lang, says, because it's like, whoa. You're telling me you got stabbed and the authorities don't have a report on that? I mean, I don't know. Let's wait. He might just be at the hospital. Let me check on X. Let's check on X here, because this man, Jake Lang, is actually known for this. That's why I don't really trust this guy. But let's see, though. Like, he actually might just have posted it already. I'm on his thing right now. As you see, Jake Lang. Go follow him on X if you want to. Let's see here. All right, here's more of the video. All right, I didn't see this part. Hey, shout out to my nigga here. Oh, that's one first shot. Monty, out of all due respect, I'm listening to YouTube instead of you, dog. I'm sorry. Out of all due respect, bro. All due respect. But I'm going to have to listen to YouTube on this one. I'm just going to give it a week, bro. Don't worry, dog. You're going to get your money worth. Don't worry. If nothing changes, then trust me, bro. You're going to be back on. It's going to be back to normal. It is what it is. But Just give me a little bit of time on it, because I'm be real with you, like that's literally what they've been telling me. So I'm just like, all right, I'm hearing all types of things, so I'm gonna try everything. You feel me? But yeah, I'll say it. I'll read your stuff. He says, I'll say it. It's not the call-ins. It's you having an opinion that they don't like. Your shadow banned. Nothing to do with profanity. Yeah, but you know, according to YouTube, shadow ban doesn't exist, Monty. So get it out your head. As soon as you say you're shadow banned, you admit that you've lost. It's like it's the ultimate form of gaslighting. And I'm gonna just give it to them. I'm just like, you know what? I guess you're not gonna tell me I'm shadow banned. I can't prove that you guys are shadow banning me. So it is what it is. All I can really do is say, hey guys, make sure you guys double tap that screen. And that's how you break shadow ban, by posting more content, getting more engagement, and staying in their good graces and making sure that you got that green mark on your AdSense on monetization. And it's hard to do that when, you know, profanity. So I got to cover all grounds, my brother. I have to cover all grounds for at least this week, just to see. It was recommended, okay? It's been recommended. Ooh, this is all right. Conservative activists. So let's see here. Anything else? Breaking news. Conservatives are now demanding the federal government to step in and arrest the entire crowd that dragged Christian activist conservative Jake Lang through the streets. Fair. No, that's fair. No, that's absolutely fair. They should be arrested for that. Let's see here. Nearly killing them after Minnesota police refused to respond until after the attack. So they're saying they refused to respond until after the attacks. Probably why they didn't get the stabbing, maybe.
Hey, pull over. Pull over.
Don't even matter.
Leave it.
F it. I mean, the stabbing don't even matter at this point. Even if he just threw it as a cherry on top. I mean, this looks pretty damn bad because it is. Like, they did just attack this guy. And yeah, I'm be real with you. Even if he was, I mean, it could be because some of the people in his group got violent and they just want to mob on him. But either way, this is absolutely unacceptable. And there's no proof.
Just go. Let him go, y'all. Let him go.
And breathe. Wait, maybe it was that. Back to head. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Because I mean, well, he tried to get into 2 cars and they didn't let him get into those cars. It's like, yeah, this is absolutely insane. And this just makes it 20 times worse. I mean, I'm glad the man's okay, though. Glad he's okay. But Jesus, I mean, as you see, he's getting crazy. You know, they try to gaslight you.
Responsive to their directives. Now, as the federal crackdown continues in Minnesota, many of the headlines have seemed to focus right here on the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. But however,
peaceful protesters, though, right? Peaceful protesters. Yeah, yes, peaceful. All right.
Greater Minnesota is also feeling the impacts of the immigration crackdown as well. Now, on Friday, we headed 2 hours west of Wilmer, where this video here shows a teen being detained in its downtown last Wednesday. Now, agents in the diverse area of nearly 21,000 also ate at a Mexican restaurant that same day. After eating, they later returned and detained the restaurant's 2 owners and a dishwasher. The owner's 20-year-old son spoke to me. He didn't want to go on camera, but says he opened the restaurant just yesterday under his own leadership. We ran into someone outside who wanted to show the restaurant support.
So I also work at one of the main liquor stores around here, and just in the first few days that this has started, we've lost like 3/4 of our business. People are afraid to come in. If this goes on too much longer, I don't know how they're going to be able to keep paying us.
So Wilmer is not the only spot outside of the metro that we've heard agents be cited. We've received reports as far as up in Detroit Lakes, Melrose, St. Cloud, and down in Rochester as well. Esme?
Thank you so much, Frankie. Well, new this morning, we've learned that the Veteran Affairs Office at the Federal Whipple Building is temporarily closed. That's according to the VA's website. Services are still available virtually or at the Minneapolis VA. The Whipple Building has been the site of many protests since additional immigration enforcement has arrived. It's unclear what the reason for the closure is. Subpoenas are expected to be issued soon for Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. The Department of Justice accuses them of obstructing their federal officers, but both leaders say they will not be intimidated. Legal experts say this is an example of the president using the DOJ for personal goals. A short time ago, I spoke to Mayor Frey.
Have you been notified? Have you gotten a subpoena?
We haven't gotten anything, but obviously it's problematic in that the targeting would be the product of me performing one of the most basic duties that I have as mayor, which is speaking on behalf of the residents.
Bro, one of your basic duties as mayor is protecting your people. So providing crowd control, you know, for the protesters, I mean, that was one of the basic things you honestly could have did as mayor. Like, bottom line basics
of our city.
I mean, instead you want to be an activist warrior for your people, but guess what? Are you out there in the cold protesting with them, putting your life in danger? Are you out there obstructing ICE? No, bro. You're sitting in your nice, comfy office having coffee. I'm sorry, but like it's kind of effed up how these guys are up there in their ivory tower telling their peasants to go out there and put themselves in danger. Like it's crazy. And maybe I shouldn't use the word peasants. Base. Sorry, Dems.
A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment. You have seen protests against ICE on the street, but Minnesota's battle against the federal surge is also playing out in federal court. Less than 48 hours ago, the ACLU won a victory in their lawsuit when federal judge Kate Menendez ruled that ICE cannot take...
Kate Menendez? I mean, Durr. Like, really? Kate Menendez? All right.
Following actions against peaceful protesters. The judge's order says there can be no ICE retaliation against protesters, no detaining people without probable cause unless they...
So let's see here. No retaining... Wait, what? No detaining people without probable cause. If they're obstructing and they're getting in the way, there's your probable cause. No using pepper spray on peaceful protesters. If they're obstructing and getting in the way, well, that's what's going to happen. Allows drivers to follow... Bro, what? Hey, yo, allows drivers to follow ICE? Nah, now we're in an insurrection. No, this is officially an insurrection. When you got the judges on your side like this, bro, there's no defense. There is no defense for this at this point. Allows drivers to follow ICE? Like, first off, no retaliation. So hold on. You're basically saying that protesters could go out there, throw stuff at ICE, and ICE not allowed to retaliate on federal judges' orders. You're telling them that they're not allowed to look out for their safety. Retarded. All right. Second one, no detaining without probable cause. They weren't even doing that anyway. That wasn't even happening in the first place. No using pepper spray on peaceful protesters. If they're not getting in the way, no pepper spray will be used. So those are obstructors that are getting the pepper sprayed in their eyes. So, I mean, it is what it is on that point. And allows drivers to follow ICE. I mean, that is absolutely insane. You got to be crazy to sit there and say that out loud and think that that's, like, sane. Like, she really said that? Bro.
They are obstructing agents or committing a crime. No using pepper spray on a peaceful protest and allowing drivers to follow ICE agents' vehicles at a safe distance. The second federal lawsuit against ICE was filed late last week by the state of Minnesota and the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. It seeks to stop ICE activity throughout the state.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here on the federal judge rule on ICE protocols in Minnesota, because at this point it's absolutely crazy that they're pretty much saying, yeah, you can follow ICE, it's all good. I mean, you're basically saying that they can obstruct and ICE is just supposed to sit there and allow it to happen.
Enforcement agents have new restrictions on how they can handle crowds and some operations in Minnesota under a new court order. Federal agents and demonstrators have repeatedly faced off since the start of Operation Metro Surge in December. Our Richard Reeve is live at the Whipple Federal Building tonight to break that ruling down for us, the changes Minnesotans will see, and what's happening there right now, Rich.
Yeah, Callan, still a very busy scene here at the Whipple Building. You might be able to see behind me some Hennepin County Sheriff's vehicles. There are also some protesters who are assembling on the sidewalk there. We've seen these clashes before between ICE personnel and some of these protesters. I will say it's kind of quiet here right now, but there's hope in legal circles that perhaps this ruling could make a difference. With the uptick in the ICE presence in Minnesota, a new federal ruling about federal agents' protocols in the field. What are your thoughts about this ruling? What's your impression?
I think it lays out some ground rules going forward for ICE to operate within.
The decision by U.S. District Judge Catherine Menendez prohibits federal immigration agents in Minnesota from arresting, detaining, or retaliating against peaceful protesters or observers. They also can't use pepper spray or other non-lethal munitions against them. She just wants to say, here's a clear line. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. Is that, do you think, what she was trying to do?
A clear line? No, she's setting a precedent. She's saying that, obstruction is now allowed under this judge. That's what she's setting. I mean, F a line, she set the president, and that's the president. You are now allowed to obstruct ICE. You're allowed to follow them. You're allowed to throw stuff at them, and you're allowed to impede on them. And then guess what? If you do anything, they're going against the courts, they're going against a federal judge. Then they'll be saying that, just like they were trying to say with Trump, ICE doesn't follow court laws, or they don't follow what the court says. They're unconstitutional. It's like, bro, it's the same strategy. Same strategy. This is absolutely insane, because the judge pretty much saying that, yes, obstruction is allowed in Minnesota. You could allow to obstruct ICE officers, and if you do anything about it, you are going against the courts, the federal court.
Peaceful protesters or observers. They also can't use pepper spray or other non-lethal munitions against them. She just wants to say, here's a clear line. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. Is that, do you think, what she was trying to do?
These are just some of the foundational and fundamental principles under which any law enforcement operation really needs to abide.
Right. But the injunction goes further. It says federal officers can't stop or detain drivers or passengers in vehicles with no reasonable suspicion that they're forcibly obstructing or interfering with agents. That includes those following at a, quote, appropriate distance.
But these are all messy situations.
Former Chief Immigration Court Judge Ryan Wood says he's concerned about clarity.
What does it mean to have a reasonable distance between a protester and an arrest incident? What does it mean to have a reasonable distance between an ICE vehicle and a vehicle that's following it?
The ruling follows a case filed by 6 Minnesota activist observers, represented by the ACLU. Their argument that government officers are violating the constitutional rights of Twin Cities residents. Hamlin Law School professor Jessica West believes the government will appeal. It says there's an opportunity for Homeland Security as well.
To start to not only train and hand this order out to their officers who are on the ground, but to start to collect information about who's doing what, where, when, and to hold some of those people accountable.
And back here live now, you can see those protesters still assembling on the sidewalk. Now, after that ruling, DHS issued a statement saying the agency was taking appropriate and constitutional measures to uphold the rule of law and protect our officers and the public from dangerous rioters. Now, the judge ordered the federal government to inform all officers about this ruling within the next 72 hours. We did reach out to DHS to see if they would appeal and if they had a plan for spreading this information about this ruling to people in the field, but we have not heard back. Reporting live, Richard Reeve, 5 Eyewitness News.
Okay, thank you, Rich.
I mean, All right, now let's go ahead into the next video here, because we're gonna go ahead and get into what China and Canada just got done doing. Yeah, now Trump said he didn't really care too much about this. So you know what? Actually, I guess we can go to what Trump said about it first. But it was a bit concerning to me that he kind of like glazed past it. Cause I'm like, hold on, bro. We just got mad, we just kidnapped the whole president on the premise of them working with China and Russia. Here is Canada working with China right in our face, and we ain't kidnapped this fool yet. Okay, I'm just playing. Well, maybe not kidnap him, but put some tariffs on him at least. Like what? But all right though.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you explain how you view, your great healthcare plan will impact Americans' health insurance premiums?
It's going to be tremendous. It is a tremendous plan. It's called the Great Healthcare Plan. And we're going to get tremendous reductions, as you know, through, if you look at medicines and prescription drugs, they're going to come down by numbers that have never been seen before. And we're doing that by most favored nations and other nations. Whoever pays the lowest in the world, that's what we're going to pay. Right now, we're paying sometimes 10 times higher than other nations. So we have favored nations. That's been approved. Other nations have, for the most part, agreed to it. And they had no choice. Otherwise, we were going to put tariffs on them.
President Trump,
the healthcare plan that we're coming, the money's going to be paid directly to the people. So it goes directly, not to the companies, not to the insurance companies. It's going to go directly to the people, and the people are going to buy their own health care. They'll get much better health care at a much reduced
Monty, all right, bro. Monty, I gotta address your point here. Hassan Piker is not a good example. You want to know why Hassan Piker is not a good example? It's because, one, he doesn't go live on YouTube. He's literally the love child. I mean, he's literally the anointed one of Twitch. Like, you got to remember, he doesn't go live on YouTube and he gets special treatment from Twitch. If you actually go to Hassan Parker's YouTube, he hasn't went live on YouTube for 7 years, I believe, maybe longer. Like, so that's the problem. It's like, bro, you got to understand, I'm saying this for a reason because I've been told this through YouTube. So I'm literally telling you to be patient with me, and it's like you're not really trying to hear anybody out on it. Like, I'm telling you. Like, you using Hassan Parker as an example is not a good example. Like, trust me, it's not. That man is on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. There's two different guidelines here. He posts clips. He posts clips that are edited, heavily edited on YouTube.
Out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire Greenland. If it doesn't lead well, we're going to see. NATO has been dealing with us on Greenland. We need Greenland for national security very badly. If we don't have it, we have a big hole in national security, especially when it comes to what we're doing in terms of...
Monty, I would literally take the advice of Green Bean and I would ask you to look back at the lives and then tell me, can you really relate you with JD to, kind of how what you be doing? And I'm not saying it's all your fault. I'm saying damn near I could say it's all of our fault. And I'm holding myself accountable too. This is why you're seeing me use less curse words as well. But, bro... I'm sorry, but you can't. If you're honest with yourself, Monty, go back and look at those past lives and tell me that, bro, you weren't dropping the F-bomb every 3 seconds. Like, bro, not even JD Delay does that. And I've watched his content recently, and he doesn't even do it. And then when he releases his clip, highly edited. So you gotta, bro, you just can't sit there and say that, oh, well, JD Delay does it. I mean, and then you're talking about people with millions of followers, like 1 million followers plus. Like, at a certain point, you're kind of protected from the shadow ban at that point. You're kind of protected a little bit. And you're kind of trying to compare my way smaller channel to guys with millions of followers.
At a much reduced... Pull out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire Greenland. If it doesn't lead well, we're going to see. NATO has been dealing with us.
Can I get some grace, my brother?
For national security very badly. If we don't have it, we have a big hole in national security, especially when it comes to what we're doing in terms of the Golden Dome and all of the other things. We have a lot of investments in military. We have got the strongest military in the world, and it's only getting stronger. And you saw that with Venezuela. You saw that with the attack on Iran, with the knocking out their nuclear capability potentially. So Yeah, we're talking to NATO.
Let's be real. NATO is on Trump's bad side because, well, they moved troops into Greenland and they know that we want to take Greenland. Is either we're going to buy it from Denmark or we're going to take it. And that's what Trump proposed. And this is what NATO's reaction was. We're going to send troops there as a way to deter America from doing that. But in my honest opinion, they're going to get him, get Trump to move us out of NATO. And that's going to make them either back off or is either going to take us up top. And we'll see how that works out for them. But things are getting a bit hot in the geopolitical world because NATO pretty much going against the United States is a big deal in a way. Now, like I said, it all depends what Trump does after this. Either he stays with NATO and he just be like, okay, I'll back off because I'm not going to attack the allies, or he removes himself out of NATO. And now these guys are enemy combatants and they just may back off because they don't want it with America. I mean, we'll see.
You commit to not militarily assist NATO partners.
I don't talk about
that.
You urged protesters in Iran earlier this week to keep fighting in the streets and said that help was on the way. Is help still on the way, or has your bar?
Well, we're going to see. As you know, Iran canceled the hanging of over 800 people. They were going to hang over 800 people yesterday. And I greatly respect the fact that they canceled that.
Prime Minister Carney is in China. How do you see the deals Canada and China have just signed, trade deals between the two partners?
Well, it's okay. That's what he should be doing. I mean, it's a good thing for him to sign a trade deal. If you can get a deal with China, you should do that.
Yeah, and I didn't like that. I didn't like how you just glazed over that. I'm like, bro, wait, China? Of all people, come on, bro. And then these guys are our neighbors and they're working with our adversary. Didn't we just get mad at Venezuela for that? Wasn't that one of our main points of taking out Maduro? Is the influence of Russia, China, and Iran. So isn't it kind of hypocritical that we're even allowing this to happen?
Moment not seen for almost a decade.
So much red.
A Canadian Prime Minister alongside China's president in the Great Hall of the People.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
What do you mean?
Oh, gee. Let's talk about Canada.
What do you mean by that?
I would like to see a fundamental shift in our mindset. And I mean, even with the administration, a lot of the times when we're talking about Venezuela, when we're talking about Iran, it could be Russia, Ukraine, any conflict, people say, well, international law, and we kind of discussed that. They say, well, what if we lose our allies? Then things could be unstable and at risk. I want to let you guys know something. What controls the behavior of unstable actors in the world is only the United States. It's only the might of the United States, period. So what we do determines how the rest of the world acts. That's the real world. It's not NATO. Certainly isn't the UN. And so we should approach Canada with that mindset. Because when you understand reality, well, then it makes the decision really easy. As the world changes and people pick sides, do you want to be a part of the New World Order? Canadian Prime Minister's words, not mine. Or the America First Order, the American-led order. Just so you know, you've actually been living under the ladder. It is the United States. It is the United States. That is the only reason, Canada, that you are allowed to be. It's not NATO. It's not the UN. The only thing that fends anyone off and acts as a deterrent is the military and economic might of the United States.
Yep.
And there isn't even a distant second. People will say, oh, that's why people don't like you. Americans are arrogant. Okay, great.
I know, true. They hate when we talk our ish, but I mean, it's true. We are basically NATO. So it's very laughable when NATO goes into Greenland and tell us, oh, well, we're going to defend you guys off. I mean, like, wait, bro, you're basically saying that the U.S. is going to defend the U.S. off. Like, you guys sound ridiculous. Then if we move out of it, I'll be real with you. I mean, then you're Russia's lunch at that point. I mean, is that what you really want to do? Like, you really want to leave yourself at the hands of Russia? Because the only thing that's protecting you guys is us being in NATO. So, I mean, NATO, you might want to watch who you're playing with. Because we're already fed up with you guys. We're already fed up with the UN and NATO. So I'm not even sure why they're playing with us like this. Like, we won't put, like, we already aren't on the, well, full consensus that we want to get out of it. Like, a lot of Americans want to get out of NATO.
So what? You're welcome. That's my response. You are welcome. And I know this all too well because I spent my formative years in Canada. I really hope that Alberta sees what's going on and they consider separating. We would love to have you as an ally. So Canada, their prime minister, yesterday, he was in China. By the way, he's been very cozy with China for a long time. And bootlicking would be putting it mildly.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
Wow.
A historic moment not seen for almost a decade.
So much red.
A Canadian prime minister alongside China's president in the Great Hall of the People.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
It's like they're playing in our face. It's like, are you serious? They're basically choosing China's side in our hemisphere, and they're like right above us. Like, I don't even know how Trump could even allow this. Like I said, it's like a bit hypocritical in a way. It's like, hold on now. Like I said, if we just overthrown Venezuela for that, I feel like Canada should get equal treatment at this point, and especially with doing it right in our face at such a pivotal moment. Like, we're trying to get all of the, like, bro, foreign interference out of our hemisphere, and you're over here bringing them in. Oh, hell no. Like, bro, who do you think you are? Like, there's just no way this man really just looked like, literally did this and think that there's going to be no problems. Yeah, this is why people don't like Canada, or at least Canadian leadership. Like, we love the Canadian people, but y'all leadership is on complete BS at this point. Like, bro, really? Ooh,
It almost seemed like he didn't want to say it. Like he was being forced.
Yeah, but he said it.
Oh.
By the way, I'm going to issue my 5-point plan, or 5 points of demand from Canada and what we do with them. Because I want to offer solutions, just like we did for housing, just like we did for healthcare, just like we did for voting. And I don't think this one is that difficult to solve. You just heard him. He has chosen to align himself with China instead of the United States. He then clarified the New World Order remarks to Bloomberg, and it's not great.
Yesterday, when you met with Premier Lee, one of the things you said in the public remarks was this partnership, Canada and China, this new partnership sets us up well for the new world order. What did you mean by that? What is the new world order?
Well, it's a great question, Brian, because I think the world is still determining what that order is going to be. And let's be clear what we're talking about first and foremost.
Oh, you chose your side in this trade war. You chose your side in the mineral war. You chose your side in the influence war. You chose China over your neighbor, the United States, who blesses you with so much business and opportunity, but you just turn on us like this. I mean, bruh, the disrespect is real. Like, I mean, bro, we don't kidnap this man by like the end of the month. I'm be highly disappointed. Okay, I'm joking, but not really, because like I said, we did it to Maduro for the exact same reason, for getting in deeper with our foreign adversaries. What is this guy doing?
Which is, what are the trading, what is going to govern global trade? What is the role of the WTO going to be? How important are bilateral deals such as the one we're developing? Fancy word, like the architecture, the multilateral system that has been developing these is being eroded, to use a polite term, undercut, use another term. So the question is, what gets built in that place?
He really likes to explain to you that he's going to use words.
It's true. Yes.
I'm going to use a fancy word. I'll use a polite term. I'll use a different term. We're familiar with terms.
Thank you.
And words, Carney.
Man, that makes it Chinaman.
We don't need your retard schoolhouse rock, okay? Can somebody pie him so that I don't have to do it?
Those were the days.
Yeah. Yes, just to give you an idea how unserious a country Canada is. Their prime ministers, not assassination attempts, successful pieings. I know what you're asking yourself. No, you don't just mean that. Yes, a pie in the face, and not thrown at distance. I mean up close, Bozo the Clown, and twist, and no one did a thing.
Oh, a twist?
Yeah.
They got to grind it into their face.
It really is humiliating when that happens.
Now, check this part out. This is crazy. Because this guy, like I said, he chose his side. He chose his side, and I think that we should take him seriously, and he should be treated with the Maduro treatment.
Some of the things he said there
I think the biggest security threat to China, Canada is China. We're heartened by the leadership of President Xi Jinping and the speed with which our relationship has progressed in recent months. And I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
Yeah. And I'll just let you know the new deal is Canada will be allowing Chinese vehicles in, their electric vehicles. They're going to drop their tariffs. China will drop their tariffs on Canada. There's going to be cooperation on energy development. And China is going to allow visa-free travel. So he covered a lot of this in one of his conferences.
Prime Minister, less than a year ago, you said that China was the biggest security threat to Canada. Do you still believe that?
The security landscape continues to change.
Give us a term. Yeah, they were a threat until y'all just gave in and just bend over to the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, you was ready to do a military drills with them. Now you're really working with them economically. Whole trade deal in our hemisphere. Yep. I mean, get them up out of here. Like, honestly, like I said, if we're doing people like Maduro, he needs to go.
And in a world that's more dangerous and divided, we face many threats. That's the reality.
But does that threat from China still exist?
I'll refer to my previous answer.
I will refer you to terms,
yes,
and words and answers that have been spoken word.
If you'll notice earlier, I said architecture.
I did.
So
I don't want to be.
That doesn't answer your question.
I don't want to be too fancy, but jambalaya.
I defer to my friend, Mr. Vandelay.
Yes.
And also acronyms, NWO.
Yeah. So here's something else. Canada, as a country, I hope you're listening, Alberta, they don't view themselves as an ally of the United States. If you actually look at the recent polling,
obviously, I mean, you're working with our adversary. It's like like I said, I'm gonna keep relating this man to Maduro just cause it's like a crazy parallel. You can't really call yourself an ally of the United States if you're working with our adversary like China. You can't really call yourself an ally of the United States. You work with an adversary like Russia. Like I said, we consider Iran an adversary because it is. We considered Maduro an adversary because it is. So what's so different from Carney? That's the question here. Then again, like I said, I think it's because they're in NATO, I believe, right? Yeah.
Canadians view China more favorably than the U.S.
Wow.
China is at do you have that number? Is at a negative 49, meaning a net negative. The United States at a negative 50, which is funny for a place that allows people to wear burqas on their driver's license.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're NATO. So it does. Here's the thing: NATO is going against us. This is absolutely wild because Canada being a founding member of NATO. Then we got NATO going against us in Greenland. NATO was challenging our hemispherical power at this point. This is absolutely what it is. NATO was challenging America's claim of hemispherical dominance. They moved into Greenland. Canada is working closely with our adversary, China. Pretty much they're spitting in our face. So at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump do pull out of NATO. Because the disrespect is a bit too overt. Like it's in our face, guys. It's obvious. Like they don't want us to have hemispherical dominance. That's why they're getting involved in Greenland. I mean, China, they don't want to work well with us whatsoever. They don't want to give us a fair trade deal. That's why they're over here getting involved with China. It all makes sense now. NATO's literally going against us, which is fine. They could do that, but we'll see where it gets them.
May I present to you, to use a word, Uyghurs? May I present them to you, Canada? Is it because America is an evil empire? All right. How does China treat its dissidents? What do you think happens if you as a Canadian go to China and protest the government peacefully compared to if you do so in the United States? Hey, tell me about the immigration laws in China. Tell me about the rights that immigrants have in China. Tell me about the rights of the family in China. Tell me about human rights. Tell me how progressive they are on gender equality, on LGBTQAIP. Tell me about all of it. You think the United States is worse? Look, your inferiority complex is showing. And Alberta, if you are different from the rest of the country, you better start moving quickly. Because as far as I'm concerned, Canada right now has presented themselves as a national security threat. That's not hyperbole. I mean that. You cannot align yourself with one of the most evil countries in the world, and certainly historically responsible for more death, carried out by their methods of evil throughout history. And today, our greatest adversary, and claim that you're our best friend. Canada has never acted as America's best friend. So here's what we need to do with Canada, to be clear. Here's my 5-point plan, I believe, for Canada. And then, by the way, that will then determine what needs to happen after. So here's what we do. Canada, these are our demands. 5. Number 1, close your border immediately at your own cost.
Fair.
Right away. No drugs flow into our country. You promised you would. You start tomorrow. I want to see construction workers building your border tomorrow with, of course, full reviews available to us upon request. Number 2, you cut all of your deals that you were just planning to make with China. Okay? Matter of fact, cut all your deals with China until further review from us. Number 3, you stop allowing China to do this transshipping to the United States through Canada, right? Yep. We say you can't do this. They ship it to Canada, and then it comes through the border. We want to be able to monitor that. You stop that immediately. Number 4, you drop any and all trade barriers or tariffs with the United States. You first, you drop all of them. Number 5, you meet your NATO obligation today. Not 2032, not 2037, right? Oh, I know you have other costs.
I mean, that's the problem with the Canadian leadership. It's like, bro, it's like they didn't or don't do anything admirably. Like they don't like hold their word. Like, bro, they're short on payments when it comes to NATO. They're not really protecting their border the way they're supposed to. They're working with our adversaries. They're doing military training with our adversaries, and it seems like they're going against our interest, like national security wise as well. So it's like economically and national security wise. So it's kind of like, bro, when at a certain point do we sit there and look at the Canadian leadership and be like, yeah, I'm sorry, but y'all are acting more like an enemy than an ally. I mean, thank you for Crowder for calling it out, because it needs to be called out. Y'all are acting more like an enemy than an ally. And I mean, shout out to Alberta, because we might need that. Like, go ahead and give this to Alberta, because they don't want to be a part of you guys. They want to be over here in the great old USA, and will trade you for Minnesota. Shout out to whoever said that in the chat.
Maybe you'll have to slash your socialized healthcare. Maybe you're going to have to slash some of your social services to meet the contract you signed, 2% of your GDP on military spending. Now, not you plan for it, you start paying 2% now. Now, until you do these things, the United States will, number 1, take in no Canadian oil. We will refine none of it. Wait, what? None of it whatsoever. I didn't even know. Number 2, we will ramp up tariffs to the point that they will be crippling. And I know what you're thinking. You can just throw yourself in the arms of China. No, that's number 3. We're going to block all of the China trade routes. That's 85% of your trade with China has to go through or around Alaska. That wouldn't be hard for us to do. And by the way, China's not going to wage a war for you guys. They're going to show up.
Complete naval blockade. Bro, honestly, if we were complete savages, we could go ahead and let the trade deal go off for at least a week, or not a week, but at least a year or 2, and then cut it completely off and catch y'all all the way off guard and completely screw you guys. But yeah, I honestly think we should take the proactive approach and just do it already. Go ahead and cut all this off. Go ahead and not let you do this deal with China, and look at y'all in y'all face like, bro, we didn't even let Maduro do this. What makes you think we're going to let you guys do this as our neighbors? Like, literally, we share a border.
See our ships and head right back. We can strangle your country. And we should, because you've aligned with the enemy. And you're right there in our own backyard with a border that is unprotected. Far more land covered with that border, by the way, than Mexico. You want me to repeat it really quickly, just so everyone understands? Again, I mean every word that I say. Number 1, close your border, Canada. These are our demands. You cut off your deals with China. You stop allowing China to transship through you. You don't play that game. You drop your barriers. You drop your tariffs in the United States. You meet your NATO obligation immediately, not a few years from now. Until then, we will refine nothing. We will take in none of your oil. We will ramp up tariffs, and we will block your new buddy in China from getting anything to you. Alberta, if you don't like these terms, you should separate. Don't have to be a part of the United States. You just have to make sure you're not a part of Canada. And we would be happy to trade with you and make a new friend. And let's actually be friends. You guys let me know what you think about that. I mean, every single word. I would like to see it start tomorrow. We can't allow this in our own backyard.
Yeah, shout out Steven Crowder. And like I said, the reason I brought this up is because it was just so surprising how everybody was just glazing over this. I'm like, okay, so it's okay for NATO just to pretty much play in our face and disrespect us and pretty much go against our national interests. Oh, it's okay. I don't like that. I don't like how we leading with how Canada could do all the things that we kind of yoked up Maduro for doing. But we'll see how that plays out, guys. We'll see how that plays out. But let's get into some old anti-Semitism with Australia, man. You guys in Australia. I mean, I know it's been a tough year for you guys. I mean, my heart is with y'all, but this is crazy because not only did that crazy shooting happen, but Australia is about to pass an anti-Christian legislation, which would criminalize Christianity. Like, bruh, really? Well, let's get right into it with our guys over here redacted.
Well, next week, Australia will take up consideration of their Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate, and Extremism bill in Parliament. This is one of the most draconian pieces of legislation to hit the English-speaking world. The Green Party has now come out posting their concerns, saying they will not support it in its current form and that it may have some unintended consequences. You think? It's funny. Their concerns seem to go the opposite. They don't think maybe it goes far enough. They think, hey, why are we just covering like religious Jews, like against anti-Semitism? Why shouldn't we also cover LGBTQ plus? Like, let's put everything we can into this hate speech bucket. Okay. Have they gone completely insane in Australia? Here to help us understand what is happening is Maria Z. Welcome back to the show from Z Media. Great to have you here, keeping her eye on the pulse of everything what's happening there. How close are we to seeing these things actually passed, Maria? Great to see you.
Great to see you as well. Thank you for having me back.
Oh, guys, you haven't already, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen because, hey, it seems to be working. As long as we get those likes up. Interact, send 100 or whatever.
Yet to be determined at this stage. It looks like the Greens do want some amendments made, as you said. The opposition party, which is actually, so the party in power at the moment is Labor, which is kind of like the Democrats here. The opposition is the Liberal Party, which is actually supposed to be more like Republicans. But Australia is very similar to the US in the sense that what you have most of the time is a uniparty. So the opposition, the Liberals, aka like the Republicans, are saying, we're not really supporting this. We actually want to introduce our own version of this. Whichever way you turn, they're all saying seemingly that it doesn't go far enough or they want to amend it in some ways. No one's saying, actually, no, this should be abolished altogether. And it should be, Clayton, because there is no such thing as hate speech. Hate speech is simply speech that certain people don't like. And guess what? You're not God. You don't get to decide who is and isn't allowed to say what they want to say. And it's just insane to me. But what we do have is this lockstep approach across multiple countries. We have similar pushes here in the US for these types of hate speech laws. So people in America should be paying attention to what's happening over there because similar arguments are being made here. Now, if you want, I can take you through some of the most egregious points in this bill. It says that it criminalizes speech that merely causes fear, even if no harm occurs, and it results in 5 years imprisonment. This is very similar to previous laws that they've passed, which suggest that if you say anything quote unquote reckless, you could go to jail without trial. It defines public space so broadly that it will include anything that you say on the internet. The law states that it's irrelevant whether hatred actually occurs or whether anyone truly felt fear. You are guilty.
How are you going to measure that, right? It's 5 years in prison because you caused fear. Someone had fear based on something you said on the internet, but then we don't really care if we can even measure your fear. So who's going to enforce
that's
that?
right.
Crazy.
And even if no hatred actually occurred, it's basically the government saying we get to decide unilaterally what we do and don't like. That's what this bill is. They say that you're guilty of displaying a prohibited symbol unless you can prove a religious, academic, or journalistic exemption. I do want to talk about the implications for Christianity in this bill as well, Clayton, because I think Australia is moving to criminalize Christianity, and that seems to be clear in this bill. I'll get to that. It says that the Australian Federal Police Minister can declare quote-unquote prohibited groups without any procedural fairness. So they decide who is and isn't prohibited. Obviously, this will have implications for any political parties that rise up or community action groups. People that form groups to push back on legislation, for example, they could suddenly declare their.
I mean, they're basically saying, bro, at this point, this law is saying you could only think one way, and it's with the government. And if you try to think any other way, you try to go ahead and think with your, through your religion, through your values, that's outside of what the government says, then, hey, you get locked up for hate crimes. Apparently for some months and years. Wow. And Canada has took it there, guys. They have went off the deep end. And shout out to my man Monty for the baller alert. And he says, I'm not mad at you doing what YouTube says you have to do. And I clearly am still supporting you. Obviously, I already know that. I'm just mad. I lost something I bought. It's not your fault. I'm just upset about it. Now I get it, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm not really even mad at you. It's like at a certain point, I'm like, yeah, bro, I get it. If I was to get hit with this all of a sudden, I'd be like, God damn it, what the fuck? Like, I get it, bro. I get it. So, but I do appreciate you, showing me some grace, even though you had to calm down a little bit, but I get it, brother. I get it.
Prohibited or hostile to the government, and the powers can actually extend to actions that occurred outside Australia. So say you're a citizen that says it's no longer safe to live in this country, I'm leaving, and on top of that they can actually do it based on retroactive conduct. So no one knows how far back they want to go. Yes, no one knows how far back they want to go, but that's included.
So you guys have heard of the bearskin hoodie, right? It's my favorite hoodie. It's the one I'm wearing right now. Word redacted to 36912. Wow, you could go back in your social media feed years and find something that they find offensive, which may have caused fear. How are they going to it may have caused fear then, but we don't know. How do we quantify this? We have no idea. We'll just throw that into a bucket.
How do you commit a crime before something is law? That it is just pure insanity. And mind you, it's similar to what they passed in Canada. Right. Is it Bill C93? I think. Forgive me if I'm wrong about that one, but there are very similar bills in Canada. And the similarity of this bill, Clayton, it's very interesting. So they say that there are religious protections that they've included in there. But during a joint committee hearing, Sarah Chidgey from the Attorney General's Department expressly stated that protections are there for religious groups such as Jews or Sikhs, but not for Catholics and definitely not for Christians more broadly. So what I want to point out here is that all of these hate speech bills that keep passing in these Western countries are at their very core anti-Christian bills. How do we know that? Well, we simply have to go to other examples like Canada and the UK to understand how they keep doing this. The example out of Canada, it's really egregious. They actually used an example of an Islamic preacher who basically called for violence against Zionist aggressors. This was his words. And then he claimed that his remarks were a prayer and therefore could not, under the existing law, be classed as hate speech. The prosecutor actually agreed that this was his religious prayer and he could not be prosecuted. No. So what they did was they said, we need hate speech laws. But what they did was expressly carve out in their legislation exemptions for Islamic preachers, but banned certain verses of the Bible. And that's what Australia's doing as well. They've carved out exemptions for Islamic preachers, but they're saying that Christians will not be protected. In the UK, just today, I heard the report that a man, there was a protest, people were...
Wow. So rules for thee and not for me. Rules for the Christians, but looks like not for the Muslims. So pretty much the Muslims can sit there and pray and wish death on, or pray for death on people, which isn't right. And apparently the Christians, I mean, if they even think about doing that, well, I'll be honest with you, I mean, they can go to jail for it. Or if they just pray against what the government disagrees with, I mean, or what the government disagrees with, they can go to jail for that. So like I said, somebody got arrested for praying in front of a Planned Parenthood. So yeah, that is a bit strange. That is really strange.
saying, God is great in Arabic, which is an Islamic statement. And a man responded, God bless you. And he was arrested, Clayton. The man who said, God bless you, was arrested. These Western countries are coming after Christianity with these bills.
Remind me never to sneeze in the UK, for crying out loud. Oh, this is insanity. So criminalizing
And
Christianity.
to get on the UK, because Tucker Carlson did an interesting video with this young lady right here. The funny though, the guys on Twitter was going nuts over this young lady. I was like, all right, yeah, I see what y'all. I see y'all type. But all right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Because yeah, I mean, let's take the time to appreciate the fact that we live in a country where we do have freedom of speech. And if any type of laws like this was to come down upon us, I would hope we'd be ready to rebel. Because they're already trying it. They're already trying to do anti-Semitism laws or anti-Semitism bills where you can't talk about certain things, or it'll be seen as anti-Semitic. They're already trying to make hate speech laws where you can't talk about certain group, people, ideology. It's about to get there. And I'm being real with you. It seems like Australia and the UK is the blueprint for what they're trying to do to us. And I refuse it. I rebuke it in the name of free speech. And the founding fathers, of course. But all right, guys, let's get into, the BS that UK is doing as well.
Eva, this is, I was reading this story this morning and I was thinking, I can't believe they did this to a Dutch journalist. Then I saw that name. I was like, wait, I know her. I can't believe this happened. So I just want to read you back to you, the letter that you received from the British government to confirm that you actually received this. It's to you, and it says your UK visa basically has been canceled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because, I'm quoting, this is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be productive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision.
Gangster.
Did you actually receive that letter?
She got banned out of the UK. I mean, you know what, man? Shout out to you, sis. He was obviously doing God's work if that's the case. If you get banned out of the UK, man, well, not all of them, but usually if you're getting banned out of the UK, hey, you're doing something edgy. And I like it.
I did, and relatively out of the blue too. I mean, I was going through my emails yesterday and I saw the subject line saying that they changed something to my ETA application. I was like, what is this? I didn't apply for an ETA. I'm not, planning on traveling to the UK right now. So I just opened it and I saw this you have the email. It's a very short, simple email. And it just said, we revoked your ETA because we consider you not conducive to the public good and you have no right to appeal. Bye. That was it. And so I was like, what? What is this? And then, I started thinking, like, what could this be? Why are they sending this to me now? And then I realized that I criticized Keir Starmer a couple of days earlier on X.
Well, so I'm going to read you the quote. I think I have it in front. You described Starmer, who's the prime minister of the country, the elected official, as an evil, despicable man for allowing the ongoing rape and killing of British girls by a migrant rape gang. So
guilty as charged.
You're making a political point, an entirely defensible political point, and you believe that because you said that, you are now banned from the country.
I'll do it.
I really don't see any other reason.
Look, here's the thing, though. You call out these. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just gonna say it straight up. And I love Muslims. I'm gonna be honest. I love the Muslim community. But I'm gonna say it straight up, bro. Muslim gets rape gangs. This is something that they are hiding in the UK for some crazy reason. Yes, the Pakistani Muslim rape gangs that are targeting young white girls and raping them. So this is actually what's going on in the UK. And as soon as you touch on it, you get the Tommy Robinson treatment. I mean, you get censored and then you get thrown in jail. And now if you bring it up, you just get thrown in jail if you're in the UK. So if you're in the UK right now, do not type anything. Just go ahead and hold your fingers to yourself. Don't do it to yourself because they will lock you up, apparently. And I can see why now. I see why a lot of these people in the UK don't even really comment on posts no more. Why? Because that could be the last post you make before you end up in jail.
As to why they otherwise would have done this right now. As I said, I applied for this electronic travel authorization back in September. because I went and spoke at the Unite the Kingdom rally organized by Tommy Robinson. And I spoke about remigration and the need for that. And, now because of Brexit, Europeans have to apply for an ETA, as when we go to America, we have to apply for an ESTA, right? And this was approved back in September within minutes. Like, I just got it. No problems, no questions asked. And now, out of the blue, as I said, I received that email saying they revoked it. And I'm not traveling to the United Kingdom anytime soon. I didn't book any tickets, to fly there. So the only thing that I could think about was that I said what I said about Keir Starmer. I still stand by it, by the way, just 3 days before they informed me of that decision. So, I mean, it's really hard not to connect the dots there. And it's also very much in line with his track record. And I suppose it proves my point, that the UK is on a path to become a very unfree country where dissident voices are criticized.
No, it's too late. I mean, trust me, as soon as you can't say certain things, you're not a free country. You're cooked. As soon as you start going to jail for what you say, you are cooked as a free country. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, hey, it sounds like she still got hope for him. But in my opinion, I mean, as soon as you start getting arrested for what you say against a group, ideology, political stance, it doesn't matter. As soon as you get arrested for it, you're cooked. You no longer live in a free country, and I'm sorry for you. But here's the thing. It's already happening in the UK, and it's starting to set in Australia. Australia, you guys still got time to fight. UK, I mean, y'all might need a revolution to get y'all free speech.
Or thrown in jail. And obviously, I'm not a citizen of the United Kingdom, so they can't do that to me. But this is something that they can do, apparently.
The continent is descending into darkness once again, clearly. What do you think, big picture, this tells us about what's happening in Europe and the UK specifically?
I mean, in the UK, this is the definition of a totalitarian state, right? This is the definition of a dictatorship, in the sense that you are apparently not allowed to criticize its supreme leader without having your freedoms limited. And this is quite a severe limitation of my freedom, in the sense that I was given no due process. I was not given a warning. I have no right to appeal. That's what it stated in the email, for the crime, quote unquote, of giving my opinion. And so that is bad. That's not a normal way for things to happen in so-called free societies. So, no matter what you think my opinions are, if they're right, wrong, radical, not radical, should it be a ground for a government to say to a woman with no criminal record whatsoever, who wants to visit a country for, just a couple of days, once a year, maybe tops, to say, no, you're not allowed, but we are going to allow thousands of illegal immigrants to cross the channel every day and enter the UK, and nobody's asking them anything. They're not asking their passports, so let alone whether they're asking if they're conducive to the public good. I mean, that is an incredibly dystopian thing to read. Since when is being conducive to the public good a requirement to enter a country? And also, who decides that? And why do I have no right to appeal? Those are...
Yeah, only countries that aren't free does that. Like, let's say North Korea. Let's say I want to get into North Korea, and, I'm known for saying very crazy things about Kim Jong-un. They're going to find that, and they're going to revoke, and they're going to be like, no, you can't come in here. But let's say, you say very good things about Kim Jong-un, which would be wild as an American, then I'm pretty sure they'll let you in because you have nothing but good things to say about their supreme leader. I mean, a lot of countries do this that aren't really, free. Yeah, I mean, that's the only countries that do that. That sit there and be like, sorry, but you're not really conducive to the public. Or, yeah, we got a little regime going on here and you're against that. So, no, don't step in here. Yeah, a lot of countries do that, if they're not free.
Various things in countries that claim to uphold the rule of law, that claim to be democracies. And I guess we already knew, that those were, let's say, illusions in our countries at this point. But to have it, happen to you in such a personal manner, I now realize that I cannot go and visit many of my friends. I can't go to the next rally, which is planned for May. I cannot set foot in a country that I otherwise love. You know, I don't love the establishment, but I love the people, and I would have loved to go there again.
And of course, the UK arrests far more people every year for criticizing the British government than Putin has arrested for criticizing him, or the Saudis have arrested for criticizing MBS. I mean, it's not just repressive, it's far more repressive than
now. And to defend the UK, I mean, you offend the Saudi Arabian kingdom or the prince, I mean, bro, you might get chopped up in a bag somewhere. You never know. You never know. So, you know, you may not get no arrest records, because that just may be a one-way ticket to your creator. And then, you know, with Russia, I mean, you say something against Putin, and next thing you know, you're having a meeting with Putin next to a window that you will soon be thrown out of. So, I don't know. I mean, the UK might be a little bit nicer in that regard. I mean, instead of getting off, you might get locked up for a couple years, which is still absolutely insane.
Countries we are told are authoritarian or totalitarian. I mean, it's worse.
Absolutely. I totally agree. And the same thing is happening on the continent in Europe, by the way. I mean, good that you bring up Russia, because I don't know. I think not many people are aware of this, but something incredible happened here just a month ago, where the European Union put out sanctions, like restrictive measures, and placed them on European citizens who they claim, and I quote, were distributing or manipulating false information. So they were saying that these citizens were destabilizing Ukraine on behalf of the Russian government. That's at least their claim, by manipulating information in the European Union. But as far as I know, Ukraine is not a member of the European Union. So why would they feel the need to protect, you know, the stability of that nation? And second of all, those people just received, again, just like me, they just received that decision by the European Union. And what happened to them is far worse than what happened to me, because they froze their assets and they said, you are not allowed to travel. And this was a decision made by the European Council. No due process, no court order, no fair trial, nothing. So the European Union is doing that to its own citizens under the pretext of, you know, sanctioning Russia. But these are individuals. These are people whose lives have been destroyed. And it's not getting any media attention whatsoever. But this happened just a month ago. So, you know, there is clearly an increasing totalitarian wind blowing through this continent. And well, apart from this travel ban, I've also personally fallen victim to it just last year, receiving a notification from Apple saying that my phone is under mercenary spyware attack. So, you know, you see, there is a trend here. Like, we have governments, we don't know exactly which one, or the EU, freezing assets of citizens, looking at me and you probably as we speak through this phone right now. Like, again, that is not what is supposed to happen in democratic societies, especially not when those people doing it are the ones who constantly trumpet that. So it's pretty bad over here. I'm really actually very concerned as to where this is heading.
Well, 2020,
obviously. But now, yes, we've heard two stories basically of, well, people not just giving a damn about free speech. And now it's all about government control and, you know, which party pretty much can just go unimpeded. And if we could set up laws to where that party's ideology is always protected, then, I mean, congratulations, you got yourself a dictatorship in a way. Well, and then here's the thing, though, not through a person, but through an ideology. So no matter who you guys vote for, no matter who comes into power, they will always think the same because it's illegal to think differently. I mean, crazy, is it not? Of course it is. Of course it is. And Lord knows you don't want to live in that. But all right, now let's get over to the but dare I say more conspiracy side of things. Nah. All right, let's go ahead and get right into it. Former Iranian protester. Let's get into Stephen Miller. Let's get into what Stephen Miller was saying.
Who are just trying to do their jobs. And here now to weigh in is White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Stephen, this week the president doubled down on that promise to take on sanctuary cities, saying they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens. So why are these Democrat leaders still insisting, Stephen, on putting obstacles in the way of our law enforcement and these men and women who are just trying to do their jobs? And it seems like, these quote unquote leaders are really adding fuel to the fire when it comes to violence against our law enforcement.
Yes, well, sanctuary cities are jurisdictions that shield and shelter criminal illegal aliens from deportation. So, for example, in Minneapolis and Minnesota, when an illegal alien commits a crime and is deportable and can and should be removed from the country, the city of Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota prevent ICE from arresting and deporting the offender, even when they are charged or convicted of heinous crimes, including crimes against women, crimes against children, crimes of violence, and instead they release them back onto the street where they can continue to reoffend. So ICE over and over and over again goes out into the community to find and arrest these fugitives who have since committed additional egregious crimes after they were released by Fry and Walz and Ellison. These are acts of insurrection against the laws of the United States and against the sovereignty of the United States. Foreign illegal aliens who broke into this country, who then raped children, who committed human trafficking, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, protected, shielded, sheltered, coddled, defended at every level by the leadership in Minnesota. And then when ICE goes out to make these arrests, they unleash violent mobs to attack, assault, and impede ICE officers. And they refuse to allow the city police to protect those ICE officers in the conduct of their duties.
Really allow those city police to protect the protesters, to be quite honest, and keep them from obstructing and, so they can maintain their freedom and keep their life. Apparently that's what's getting a lot of these protesters hurt. Like I said, there was like a young protester who was literally shot in the eye by a paintball gun from one of the ICE officers. And here's the thing, I don't feel bad for I do feel bad for him because he'll never see out of that eye again. But I don't feel that bad because, he was trying to push the line on ICE. He literally trying to push through ICE's barrier. He got through. He ended up getting popped in the eye by a paintball gun. If you've ever been shot by a paintball gun, you know damn well that's like basically squashing your eyeball, especially at close range.
Hopefully aiding and abetting this violence.
And it's so crazy to see, Stephen. It goes against every ounce of common sense. One would think that a leader in a position like those in Minnesota would have. And now you have Democrat lawmakers who are calling for the impeachment of Kristi Noem. Give me your take on that, because I think a lot of people look at what she's been able to do as DHS secretary and they say, well, thank goodness someone is finally dealing with this problem. Thank goodness someone is finally taking it to all these people, as you just laid out, who are so detrimental to our way of life here. How do you see all this playing out?
Well, this is really a core question about whether or not the federal government is in charge of federal law or not. This question is
because a federal judge came in and just told federal officers that these people can throw stuff at you and you can't retaliate. They could follow you around and you can't arrest them for obstruction. So according to a federal judge in Minnesota, obstruction is now legal and ICE can't do nothing about it. I know you're sitting there just like, it was like said, bro, ain't no goddamn way. But yes, this is what they're hitting us with. It's one of those, situations.
Foundational to the American Republic. We have one nation. We have one set of federal laws. We have one constitution. We have one law of immigration. We have one law of citizenship. If you allow a city or a state to decide immigration laws for themselves, you have an immigration law for Minnesota.
No, they're deciding immigration enforcement laws for themselves as well. Not only are they deciding what federal laws or what federal immigration laws they want to follow, but they're also saying that, this is how you're able to enforce it as well. So you're not allowed to retaliate against people who are going back against you. You're not allowed to retaliate against, or you're not allowed to pretty much stop those or arrest them for following you around, which is impeding your investigation, by the way. And you're also not allowed to retaliate against them. Crazy. And shout out to my man Monty, says language. Wait, did I curse? I probably did. My bad.
An immigration law for Minneapolis. You have an immigration law for St. Paul. You have an immigration law for Los Angeles and for San Francisco and for New York. What you have then is total, complete anarchy and the dissolution of the American Republic. What Democrats are doing is vote harvesting, fraud harvesting, ballot harvesting, crime harvesting. Ask yourself, why would Fry, why would Waltz sanction such egregious violence against ICE officers? Because they understand that this scheme, this mass migration scheme, is the heart of the Democratic Party's political power. It is their plan for power today and long into the future. So they know that if this administration of President Trump is successful in reversing this invasion, it will deal a generational blow to Democrat political power.
Well, before I let you go, and just very quickly, we know the Democrats are also weighing a partial government shutdown as the far left demands defunding ICE and opposing a funding bill for the Department of Homeland Security until that happens. What would that mean, Stephen, very quickly, for the agents on the ground, for these men and women of ICE?
Well, to be clear, shutting down DHS means that Democrats, radical Democrats, are shutting down Secret Service, they're shutting down ICE, they're shutting down Border Patrol, they're shutting down TSA, they're shutting down the organs of Homeland Security at every single level, waging war against the defense of our nation, against terrorists, against murderers, against criminal cartels. These ICE officers are going out every day facing death threats to remove some of the most violent gangs from this nation. MS-13, Latin Kings, Tren de Aragua, Sinaloa Cartel, organizations that would sooner kill you than look at you. That's who they're fighting every single day. They're being doxxed, tailed, assaulted, harassed, and violently attacked as they're going out to battle the most violent criminal organizations on planet Earth. And Democrats, the Democrat Party, is siding with these criminal organizations. That's how you end up living in a third world country. A third world country is a country where federal law enforcement lives in fear and the criminals are in control. That's what we are facing if Democrats are successful. President Trump will not let that happen.
I mean, here's the thing. The Dems plan is working against them. They're trying to get ICE to back down, trying to do all this impeding, obstruction, hoping that it's going to get these guys, to back off, to run them out of town. But it's only making them double down. I mean, like I said, 1,000 more was put in after Renee Good shooting. We got the National Guard preparing to move into Minnesota. I mean, all this protesting, all this crying, kicking, crying, and screaming and vandalism is only making it worse for these people. And I would hope they would know that. But their leadership ain't telling them. Jacob Fry ain't saying nothing. But all right, now let's get into the outrage over, Greenland, because Trump announces Europe tariffs unless Greenland is sold to the United States. Like I said, man, is we going to take it or we going to buy it? The choice is yours. I mean, man.
He'll impose new tariffs on Denmark and several other European countries.
What did that one character off the Boondocks said? We're looking at Greenland like, look, I like you and I want you. We can either do this the easy way or the hard way. And the easy way is that, we just buy you guys. The hard way is we take y'all over. Which way do y'all want it? Because we want you.
Unless a deal is reached to purchase Greenland. Today, a large crowd of people taking to the streets in Greenland, telling Trump their homeland is not for sale. The same message was heard in protests in several Danish cities earlier today, with thousands taking part. A U.S. delegation of bipartisan U.S.
Yeah, and I get that. Trust me, I get that they don't want to be, taken over. But sorry that and this is going to sound so grimy. Y'all going to hate this, especially my man Link, because I see you here. Bro, I'm sorry, but it's going to sound effed up, but your sovereignty doesn't mean as much as Americans' national security. I'm going to say it to you again. Their sovereignty, so these guys crying, talking about my sovereignty, it doesn't mean much as my national security. I'm sorry, guys. That's just the way it is. Your sovereignty, and if you guys want to go ahead and threaten us, because here's the problem with Greenland. There's too much of an economic and strategical value. Of course, it gives us access into the Arctic region, which Russia has dominance in, and we need to put our foot in there as well. So does China. And also there's this molybdenum. It's an alloy. I believe it's a rare earth mineral, some type of alloy that allows metals to be high temperature resistance. We need this for our jets. The jets that Saudi Arabian countries put in orders for. Yeah, we need that. So we need it for the rare earth minerals and, of course, strategic value. And their sovereignty. So my sovereignty doesn't really matter when it comes to national interest. I'm sorry, bro. That's just the way it is. That's what this Don Road doctrine is about. It's about hemispherical dominance, even though it does seem like we're picking and choosing when it comes to Canada. But it is what it is. We're not playing when it comes to Greenland. We're looking at them. We want them. And there's only two ways we can go about this. Now, we do understand that NATO moved into there, and what could happen with that is that we'll get out of NATO. There'll be enemy combatants, and they'll back off. Why? Because it's America. So we'll see how this plays out. But I'm sorry, it does suck to say this, but you guys crying about my sovereignty doesn't really matter to Americans when it comes to national security.
U.S. lawmakers is in Copenhagen, meeting with leaders.
And here's the thing, it won't be all bad. Come on, Denmark. Not Denmark. This is in Denmark. Oh, we don't care what you guys are saying. All right, well, we don't really care what they're saying. Greenland. It could be oh so beautiful, man, to be part of the United States. You get the American flag, you get to use our dollar. You get to come over here. You don't got to use a passport. It could be a beautiful thing if you just let it.
Denmark and Greenland. And amid the growing tension, several European nations have sent military personnel to Greenland for joint exercises. We've got team coverage of these developments. We'll go to those protests in Greenland in a moment, but let's begin with Betsy Klein and these new tariffs that President Trump is promising. Betsy, what more can you tell us?
Right, Federico. During President Trump's second term, we have seen him use tariffs and specifically the threat of tariffs as a key negotiating tool. And he appears to be doing that right now with Greenland. That is the Arctic island that is controlled by Denmark that Trump says the U.S. needs to control for national security purposes to counter threats from both China and Russia. Its strategic placement in that Arctic region. This, of course, has spawned major pushback from Greenland, from Denmark, and from other top European allies, with many deploying military personnel to the island this week. And
here's the worst part about it is who's gonna stop us? Really, who gonna stop us? What? Europe? They're over here crying about Russia. They're over here crying about Russia, but they're over here trying to go against us over Greenland. That's not the best way to use your resources or to allocate your resources, but okay. And then to go against the guys that are basically keeping Russia off of you guys, still a bit dumb, but okay. So I really wonder where NATO's plan is. I think it's just the F America. It's just F America at this point for them because they're going against us with Greenland. Canada, a founding member of NATO, is going against us, getting deeper ties in with the Chinese. It's like, okay, cool. Let's see how this works out for you guys. Because Trump already said it. Is either we're going to take it or we're going to buy it. And we rather buy, and I would feel more comfortable as an American if we bought it, to be quite honest with you.
Could have significant economic impacts on those countries, as well as top European countries that are key trading partners with the United States. The president had noted that he could use tariffs on these countries to apply some pressure, but putting...
Yep, so we're pretty much putting on Finland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, United Kingdom, and France. We're about to put tariffs on them if they do not remove their troops out of Greenland. And here's the thing, is either, like I said, it could be sold to us. This is why Denmark is kind of posing that, all right, so you don't want to sell it to us, obviously. And it seems like you were going to have to take it. And we're using the help of other countries, which in pretty much NATO's all for, but you're using the alliance that we're also a part of as well. And this alliance isn't really anything without us. And now you're pretty much telling us that all of you guys are going to take on big dog America. Good luck. Good luck with that.
names and a number on it today in a post to social media. I want to read to you a little bit of that very lengthy post. He said, starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff
on top of the 15% tariff they're already paying due to the EU trade deal, which was a baseline about what 15% tariff to send their products into our economy. So that's already on top of that. So that's like a 20%, 25% tariff across the board for all these guys.
Will be increased to 25%. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. Of course, giving officials just 2 weeks, just under 2 weeks until February.
And here's the thing. This is what makes it dumb. So while NATO is exhausting their forces trying to defend the United States, they're also going to exhaust their forces trying to also help Ukraine defend themselves against Russia. So NATO is going to be fighting two superpowers on each side, on their home base and over there in Greenland. I'm sorry, bro, but this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it's great that they're sticking up for each other, but it's all for naught. It is all for naught. They're only going to tear each other. They're going to tear themselves apart. They're going to waste a whole lot of money and not get nothing done. Ukraine is going to be further lost to Russia. We're going to end up taking Greenland anyway, like it or not. And they're just going to be sitting there looking dumb, which I wish it wasn't going to be like that. But hey, man, Don Road Doctrine. I'm just here reporting and telling you, well, what the administration is telling us and how they're saying how they're saying things are about to go down in our hemisphere. It is what it is, like it or not. I prefer we do things a nice way, but I mean, NATO is pretty much choosing the hard way. It is what it is.
First, to find some sort of negotiated agreement to avoid those pricey tariffs. And there were meetings this week with top officials from Greenland, from Denmark, along with Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to try to resolve this. And they agreed to keep talking, but there wasn't any clear resolution reached there. The president has also suggested that the possibility of leaving the NATO alliance remains on the table. Listen.
Yeah, I would.
Pull out of NATO if it doesn't help you acquire Greenland. If it doesn't lead
Well, we're going to see. NATO has been dealing with us on Greenland. We need Greenland for national security very badly. Yeah, we're talking to NATO.
Oh, if you haven't already, guys, make sure you guys like the video by double tapping that screen. If you're on the horizontal, just go ahead and click the like button. Excuse me. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and beat the algorithm by double tapping that screen.
Now, a new CNN poll indicates that this policy push does face stiff headwinds from the American public, in addition to those protesters that we are seeing today in Greenland and in Denmark. 75% of Americans in that CNN poll say that they oppose Trump's efforts to take control of Greenland. Many of the president's own supporters are against this move, so clearly he needs to do more to sell this unpopular policy to the American public. Frederica.
All right, Betsy Klein, thank you so much. Let's go now to Greenland, where we find Nick Robertson. So, Nick, tell us about these protests taking place in that country today.
Very popular protest by, I think, even conservative estimates. There's 20,000 people in this town, and perhaps a third to maybe half of them came out on the streets. And it was a very sort of simple message to the White House: Greenland's not for sale. Ask anyone on the streets as we did today, and that was the message. Dig down a little bit and you get flavors of
Greenland,
what else they would like to see. They would like to see independence in the future for Greenland, but it was
Man. You know what, guys? Like I said, maybe I got to explain how the world really works again to you guys, because it's sad. Like I said, what Trump did, it kind of exposed how this world really works. And there's things as first, second, and third tier countries. In Greenland, you are a third tier country, my friend, because you are being dominated by a second tier company, by a second tier country. So you guys don't even get to choose what superpower you work with. And Europe is not a superpower. NATO, I mean, if you see it as a superpower, it's only that way because we're in it. Surprise, surprise. So I'm sorry, but independence? in this new environment is not looking too likely, to be real with you. It's kind of looking like you're kind of going to have to work with the devil that you know, which is, well, going to be the United States, because we're pretty much claiming you guys. And I mean, I thought we proved that with Venezuela. I thought Venezuela was a second-rate country that can choose what superpower they work with. Well, they're actually a third. Why? Because the third, I'll be real with you, the third-rate countries or third-tier countries, well, they don't really get to choose for themselves. They don't choose their leaders, resources, how to use their resources, anything like that. They don't really get to decide for themselves. And that's what we're kind of proving that, well, Venezuela and Greenland are countries that don't really get to decide for themselves in this, well, I'm be real with you, multi-superpower environment. We are no longer the only world superpower, and we're recognizing that. That's why we're trying to pull back from being a world power and instead of focus on being a hemispherical power. Because dealing with Russia and China around the world is too much. But dealing with them in our hemisphere is maintainable.
It was very much sort of focused around families.
Oh, and shout out Monty says, please let me in. I'll be good. All right, bro. How about this? I'll let you in for the nighttime show because I actually do got to run another live. I said I was going to try to run 2 lives a day. So I'm going to get you on the next one, which is because I was going to close this one at 4, and then I was going to go ahead and pop back in, give me a 4-hour break, and then pop back in at 8. So I got you. I'll bring you in then, my brother. Go ahead and send you the link before I even start. But 10 curse words, bro. We got to be chilling out on the cursing until further notice.
Today, the Prime Minister came along. He told the local broadcaster here in Nuuk in Greenland that had been in Denmark and he wanted to come back here. Is attending a lot of talks in Denmark, but he wanted to be here to be part of the protest here. The protest.
Yo, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, "Oh, everybody give S.E.T love, man. Yeah, man, show some love. Fix the algorithm. Double tap that screen, like the video." And I'm talking to all of you guys from the, let's see here, 10 on YouTube, 1 on Twitter, and the 7 on X. Go ahead and like the video, share the stream, do what you got to do. Appreciate the support.
Marched all the way through the town and ended up right outside the U.S. consulate. And there was the Prime Minister of Greenland on a snowy outcrop of rock right above the U.S. consulate, waving a big Greenland flag, giving a big speech.
Oh, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. I just seen the jewels you've been dropping, the laughing disco and the party hat and the happy poo. Appreciate that, my brother. And shout out Toe. She says, "Ooh, I'm always good. I'm an angel." And yes, you are, Toe. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to you guys, man. I truly appreciate that. Appreciate the patience.
In Greenlandic to the people gathered there. There was somebody else, another politician there who was speaking a bit in English. Again, that very simple, clear message. Greenland is not for sale. We don't want to be part of the United States. And
I know, bro. We get that. But it's not about what you want. It's about what we need. It's about what we need, man. It's not about what you want. You know what? I'm almost willing to be grimy and pay that one Boondocks little episode, a little scene, you know, where the dude was in jail and all that crazy stuff, because this is exactly what it is. It's like, bro, we're looking at Greenland like we like you and we want you, and we're going to do this easy way or the hard way. And I'm sorry, but you can hold all the protests you want, but it won't matter once you're under U.S. occupation. I mean, we're still going to go ahead and get the minerals that we need. We're going to build the military bases, more of them. Already got some there, but more. Yes, we're going to build more of them to have more of an Arctic dominance, and that's just going to be it. And you guys are just going to have to take that one to the chin. And I mean, what are you going to do? Fight us? I mean, that's cute, but I wouldn't want that for you guys, and it's not going to make America back down. So, well, where are y'all going with this? This is my, honestly, I really want to know. If you're from Greenland, please let me know where you think you guys are going with this, because it kind of seems inevitable. But hey, that's just me as an American talking. What can I say? I'm speaking out of arrogance because I love my country. But then again, I also know how strong my country is and how much military force we can exert. So, hey, man, am I lying? Am I lying?
There's some youngsters there as well. A group of people, young people, they were 20 years old. They told me in their first jobs, and this is their future they're talking about. And they told me how they felt about how many people they'd seen come out today with this message.
I did not expect so many to be here, but it warms my heart to know that we are all united together to stand by and fight Trump.
And what's your message to the president?
Our message is that
Look, young lady, bro. Trump looking at y'all like this.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
Don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
I mean, seriously, like, you know, when a country got, you know, some rare earth minerals like molybdenum that we need to use for jets, and they don't even make jets. Man, get out of here, bro. Give me that, man. You don't even know what to do with that.
Greenland is our country. We cannot be bought. We are people, and he should stop whatever he's doing because we are the people of Greenland.
We know. And
So
you
what-
can still be the people of Greenland under the USA. I mean, ain't nothing going to change. It's just, you know, instead of Denmark, it's going to be the USA. I mean, it's an upgrade. If anything, that's an upgrade. To go from Denmark to the USA is an upgrade. I mean, you guys should be happy about this. Don't listen to the NATO lies. Act like what? You're going to be ruled under a dictatorship? Like, please, spare us. Spare us. Come on now. It's only going to be good for Greenland. It's only going to be good for the United States. We can all benefit off this. The fact that NATO is out here trying to what? Turn the world against us or turn Greenland against us over this? Here's the thing. I mean, try all you might. It does sound like Trump is dedicated towards Greenland, even if it does mean pulling out of NATO and chasing NATO out of Greenland. And then what you guys are going to do? Because you still got to deal with Russia. So I doubt you're going to be willing to get into it toward the United States while dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I mean, how is that going to work?
You could hear being shouted in the background there in the local languages, Greenland, Greenland.
Hey, yo, shout out to Monty. It says, I'll put on my church voice and close. All right, brother, I got you. I got you on the next one.
Protests went on for about an hour and a half, and every few minutes, people would be chanting, Greenland, Greenland. The fact that it ended outside the U.S. consulate really part of that message to President Trump. But people I spoke to, those young people as well, they told me they're genuinely...
And shout out to my man Castro coming in with the high five. And shout out to Tove. All right, yeah, there's more comments on this. I know I think I accidentally missed Toves right here. Like, honestly, they wouldn't lose their sovereignty. I know, they really wouldn't. It's like, y'all still Greenland. Y'all still, I mean, bro, under us, you'll have freedom of speech, Second Amendment rights. I mean, you'll have Masav, you'll have your sovereignty. Like, you don't even got to cry about it. There will be no cries of my sovereignty, only cries of my freedoms. It's like, why not?
living in fear every night that this could be the last night that the U.S. troops could come here. There's a genuine fear about that at the moment.
Crying.
That fear palpable, and the number seen in the number of people who are turning out for those protests. Nick Robertson, thank you so much. All right, we're watching large protests take place in Greenland and Denmark today as President Trump escalates his threats to take over the semi-autonomous Danish territory.
But shout out my man Monty, says language. My bad. I'm trying.
Right. Trump ramped up the pressure on the Arctic island today, saying he'll impose new tariffs on Denmark and several other European countries unless a deal is reached to purchase Greenland. The protesters in Greenland telling Trump today that their homeland is not for sale. The same message was heard in protests in several Danish cities earlier today, with thousands taking part. A U.S. delegation of bipartisan U.S. lawmakers is in Copenhagen, meeting with leaders from Denmark and Greenland. And amid the growing tension, several European nations have sent military personnel to Greenland for joint exercises. CNN's Betsy Klein.
I guess I'm going to be the Jack A-hole who does this, but I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to show you. This is how we're literally gonna do Greenland, guys. I'm sorry, but this is it.
And you know what that means, don't you? Tom, you get raped. When you go to prison, the most important thing in your life is going to be booty. Yeah, I better listen to him. A man's
resources.
Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food. It's more
Getting some
important than drinking
resources.
water.
Now change booty to resources. Okay, so switch booty to resources.
If I see a man I like, I tell him like this here.
And if I see a country I like, we're gonna say exactly this.
I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, Tom? What's it
What you want, Greenland? What you gonna do?
gonna be? I asked you a question, Tom.
I can't hear you, Tom.
I don't want to answer. Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom.
I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore.
Sound like to me you wanted the hard way.
And boom, there you go. We invade Greenland, we take their resources, and now it is part of the USA. And boom. Joking, of course. Come on now, relax.
Joining us right now, Betsy. Good to see you again. What more are you learning about these tariffs and Trump's threats to annex Greenland?
Well, Federico, starting in his first term and steadily escalating ever since, President Trump has been emphatic that the U.S. must have control of Greenland for national security purposes to combat rising threats from China, from Russia. This, of course, has spawned major pushback from Greenland, from Denmark, which controls Greenland, as well as top European allies. And that escalated once more today when the president laid out a tiered tariff threat. And this threatens to potentially rattle markets and really disrupt key trading partner relationships. I want to read to you from the president's post to social media. He says, starting on February 1st, 2026, all of the above mentioned countries, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and Finland, will be charged a 10% tariff on any and all goods sent to the United States of America. On June 1st, 2026, the tariff will be increased to 25%. This tariff will be due and payable until such time as a deal is reached for the complete and total purchase of Greenland. Just under 2 weeks there until February 1st for those leaders to reach a deal with President Trump. And we are hearing from top European officials expressing very stark concerns about the president's threat here. I would just remind you that a couple of days ago, Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Secretary Marco Rubio, met with top officials from Greenland, from Denmark. And one of those officials, the Danish foreign minister, said in a statement that this comes as a surprise. He said that they had productive discussions. We also heard from French President Emmanuel Macron. He said, quote, tariff threats are unacceptable and have no place in this context. He warned that Europeans will respond in a coordinated manner. We heard from the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who says that this tariff strategy is, quote, completely wrong. We also heard from
what's so crazy? It's funny how people love to say, oh, tariffs are a tax on the consumer and all this good stuff. Then why are these countries shaking in their boots every time we mention it? Like, really think about that. Like, they started shaking in their boots every single time. So y'all don't see need to dead that conversation of it's passed on to the consumer, or why would they even care? No, think about that logically. Like, oh, well, I'm about to put a 20% tariff on you. All right, whatever. It's just going to go to your consumer. I don't care. I'm not even going to speak on it. No, but as soon as they put the 20% tariff, oh my God, that's extremely unfair. How could you, Trump? You're messing up a beautiful relationship. And it's like, okay, bro, but I thought that it doesn't affect you guys. So what's going on here?
European Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, who says that tariffs would undermine transatlantic relations and risk a dangerous downward spiral. Now, as you mentioned, European countries have deployed a military presence to Greenland. They say that that is exactly because President Trump says that this Arctic island needs more security. They say they are doing what he is asking. And back here at home, as we are seeing those protests play out in Greenland and in Denmark, this is a deeply unpopular policy. 75% of Americans in a new CNN poll say that they oppose Trump's efforts to acquire Greenland. Frederica.
Well, like I said, it don't matter what they want. It all matters about what's good for us and national security. And shout out Tove, because she sent this in. She said now, shout out, because, bro, it sounds like the Ayatollah is turning into Saddam out here. Like, Iranian security forces deployed chemical substance on freedom protesters. I mean, where have we heard this before? That sounds so familiar. That sounds really familiar, by the way. I'm not even going to lie to you. But let's see here. There's credible evidence suggesting the Iranian security forces developed chemical. Oh, my bad, not developed. Sorry, guys. Sorry, a little slow today. Iranian security forces deployed chemical substance to suppress Opposition demonstrators, according to reports from UK officials. Let's see here. The reports were referenced during a broadcast on UK's GB News. Let's see. British Labour Party foreign policy spokesman Bill Ernestine said the information stems from a credible internal document pointing to the use of toxic agents against crowds in one of Iran's major cities. I mean, oh man, that sounds so familiar. Didn't they? They said the same thing about Saddam, Muammar Gaddafi. I mean, Bashir Assad. I mean, man, the list goes on. But hey, I mean, this is how they get us to go into there. I'll tell you that right now. And you know what I just noticed? I just noticed something very strange. Why in God's name are there Speedos there? Now that's funny. That's funny. Hey, right hand to God. I do not look up Speedos. Oh, well, look at that. Shoot, though, I may be interested now. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
Tonight, all options are on the table as President Trump weighs his next move in Iran. Our military assets are shifting to the region.
Oh, Shadow Monty says video request in Discord chat. All right, I got you. I'll get to it. Let me see here.
As the country's rogue regime continues to target innocent protesters. The Iranian people are calling for change, pushing to get out from under the thumb of an oppressive regime. But is revolution really possible? Naveed Mahebe was a political prisoner in Iran and now serves on the advisory board for the National Union for Democracy in Iran, and he joins us now. Naveed, as someone who was once a political prisoner there in Iran, tell me about the Iranian justice system and tell me about, generally speaking, what you think the people of the country are feeling right now.
Thank you, Laura, for having me on. I really appreciate this invitation. Because of the Islamic Republic's 47 years of brutal rule, there are millions of Iranians with stories like mine, many of them far worse. I know that President Trump watches this show, so I want to use this moment. It has been more than 2 weeks since the Iranian people rose up with extraordinary courage. Millions of Iranians, men and women, have taken to the street across the entire country, standing up against one of the most brutal regimes on earth. As you have followed in the news, the regime has already killed more than 12,000 and up to 20,000 people. If I put this into perspective for our American audience watching this show, that's more than 5 times the total number of people killed on September 11 and October 7 combined. This level of mass
And the
killing.
crazy thing is about all these death tolls is that it's hard to know who to believe. Like, people are saying 2,000. Well, sources inside Iran, 2,000 to 2,700. Sources outside of Iran, 12,000 to 20,000. You kind of notice how there's a huge inflated difference between them. So this is why I say it's kind of hard to honestly understand which one is right, because there's one that seems a bit low and there's one that's extremely high, like 20,000. I'm just like, yeah. And there's no way to prove it. There's no way to verify it. I mean, if I'm be honest with you, you could track down all this right now and you will not be able to verify how much people have died in Iran due to these protests. There's unverifiable right now. I mean, unless you want to talk about the 800 people that's possibly about to be hanged over it, sure, we can throw them into the death toll for sure. That counts, but I'm not really sure if we're talking about 12 to 20,000 though. We wouldn't, like, Iran can, like, nobody can corroborate that for you. Nobody can validate it. We're just going off our favorite news outlet at this point.
And crimes against humanity is almost unheard of in modern history. You really have to go back to the World War II to find.
And this guy's a former Iranian political protester. Former. So he might have been there during other protests. I doubt that he was in there during these ones, because you get caught up for one protest, boy, you on a list.
Something compatible. What's happening right now is a historical test, not just for Iran, but for the entire world. And I think that there's one leader in the world, there's one leader who can step in, stop this catastrophe, and actually change the course of history. This is one of those moments that, in my opinion, will be written about for generations to come. And I think President Trump's legacy is on the line here as well, and in the best possible way. I think his administration has a rare opportunity to refine Americans' global leadership by standing up with the people that are begging for freedom. I think supporting the Iranian people isn't just the right thing morally, and I'm not saying this as an Iranian American, but I really believe that it serves American national interest, weakening a regime that funds terrorism, destabilizes the Middle East, and threatens the global security, including President Trump's life. And I think President Trump has already shown something no other American president has shown. He's the only US president who is not afraid of this regime. He put them in their place by eliminating Qasem Soleimani a few years ago, the world's most notorious terrorist. He enforced real deterrence against the regime. And as we saw a few months ago, he dismantled the nuclear program. And today, Americans can really see.
I mean, yeah, he set them back. He definitely did set them back on their nuclear program and all this good stuff. But the problem is, like I said, it seems like we missed our opportunity to strike Iran. And it may not happen. Now, it may still, because Trump is actually pretty, peed off at the fact that they're saying that they're about to execute protesters. He doesn't like that. So we'll see if he's willing to get involved over that. But right now, as it seems that, it looks like Saudi Arabia and Israel was able to get through to Trump and get him to stop that strike on Iran. Which, I mean, hey, man, depending on what side you lean on, you're either in jubilation over it or you're in lamination over it.
Why that mattered? If a regime that is capable of slaughtering 20,000 of its own people, you can only imagine what it would do with a nuclear weapon.
Naveed, I think we're all paying very close attention to everything going on over there. This president has been very clear. He stands with the people of Iran, and he's willing to back them up. And I think a lot of people look at what's going on and they say, now feels like it is the time for real change, for the possibility of real change in Iran. Take a listen to this.
People are being slaughtered in the streets. If that's not a distraction, that's a moment where we need to act. The idea we're dealing with the most vicious regime on the planet who desires to destroy the state of Israel, kill us, purify Islam. If you don't understand this is the biggest moment for change since the fall of the Berlin Wall, you're missing a lot.
Bro, this man, Lindsey Graham, he's literally upset and went crying all the way to Tel Aviv, literally went to Israel to sit there and be like, well, Netanyahu, I'm sorry I couldn't get that regime change for you, but Trump just wasn't ready to risk the American lives for it. You feel me? Like, bro, that's the problem. Like, when it comes to regime change, we don't care about the Iranian people. Like, oh, I do. But the Trump administration, and when it comes to regime change, they really don't care about the Iranian people. It's all about removing, one, Russian influence, and two, the fact that they're not a friendly government towards us. And I mean, honestly, throughout the years of Iran, even when it came to their first Shah, I mean, he was cool. He was cool until he decided that he wanted to, I don't know, get a better deal for his people on the price of oil. After that, we was like, oh, hell nah. Then we got a revolution through that, got that Shah in there. He did what we wanted, but he was selling out his people while doing what he wanted. So he got it uprooted out of there. Now we got the Ayatollah. Now we got this guy. Well, first we had his father, but now we got this guy Khomeini. So I'm sorry, but when it comes to regime change in Iran, I mean, this is why I always say, can we just let them choose for themselves? If they ever come to a constitutional republic, let it be by themselves. If they want to revolt, let it be without foreign interference. Why? Because it dilutes it. It dilutes it. It dilutes the message to the people and all that good stuff. Like, bro, there is no foreign interference in what's going on in Iran. It's way easier to believe, and even for the people. I'm not talking about me, myself. I'm talking for the people in Iran. It's way easier to believe that their government is actually going to be overthrown, and it's not just foreign influencers trying to get involved for their own self-interest. Because, I mean, these people ain't stupid. Like, bro, they're not stupid. These are pretty smart people. They know that the only reason you want to get in there is for our own self-interest, and they don't want that. That's why a lot of politicians are telling you, like Thomas Massey, are saying that, look, we attack these guys and they might unite against us just like they did with Israel, because that's what Israel thought was going to happen, bro. They bombed Iran and then wanted to make a video. And then Bibi Netanyahu want to make a video about their water shortage. It's like, it lets you know that, yo, He bombed Iran to try to get them to go against their people. Instead, they stood in solidarity against Israel. Now they start attacking Israel. We don't want a repeat of that. And it's one of the main reasons why we're not attacking Iran. And of course, well, not we kind of missed the window to help the protesters out, it seems.
Khamenei has been the supreme leader there since 1989. Do you think we're finally approaching a change in leadership for the better?
Absolutely. You know what?
I'm weak. And shout out to our man Monty for go ahead and gifting a membership. It was Charles Coe who received the membership. Shout out.
Always say that this is a battle that should be fought and won by the Iranian people. As you have witnessed over the past 2 weeks, Iranians have been in the street bravely fighting against a regime.
And shout out Tove, because Tove was able to give him the what? Damn, Tove, what'd you do? Would you able to actually pick that out? Excuse my language, but how'd you do that? I ain't never seen it happen like that in my life, where somebody was actually able to buy a subscription, actually was able to get it to the person that they wanted. That is crazy. Huh.
Is armed to the teeth and is willing to kill to the last person. But something is different right now. We have a president in the United States.
I guess they call her Lady Luck for a reason.
Who is willing to support the Iranian people. He understands that the end of this regime, helping the Iranian people, is in the national interest of the United States. As Senator Lindsey Graham mentioned, this is a regime that has...
I'll be real with you. People like Lindsey Graham, bro, he could give a damn about the Iranian people, bro. They could all get blown up with the Ayatollah, and he'll still call it a mission success. So that's the problem with people like Lindsey Graham.
Funded Hamas for October 7. This is a regime that is supporting Hezbollah and all terrorist proxies in the world, and with its ballistic missile program and nuclear program is threatening the world.
Oh yeah, if you got the membership, just go ahead and email me. Go ahead to the main page. You can find my email on there, and I'll give you that Discord invite link.
Thing I really want to mention to our American audience is that
make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. Appreciate the support.
Right after September 11, ordinary Iranians showed real solidarity with the United States. People in the street in Tehran lit candles in the street. They condemned the attack. They told us everything we need to know about Iranians, that they stand with the United States. Iranians are one of the most pro-American society in the Middle East and perhaps in the world. And I think that a free Iran, one that has normal relationship with the United States and Israel, could even expand President Trump's initiative of Abraham Accords and perhaps turn it into a Cyrus Accord. And I think that Cyrus Accord is an initiative that can build sustainable peace in the Middle East for the entire world. And let's not forget that Iran has the largest oil and gas reserves in the world, and Iran can be an energy partner for the United States, for the world. And as I said, we are in a different situation right now. We have a president who is a man of action.
I'll tell you that right now. Trust me, and nobody doubting that. Actually, if anything, people say Trump's too much of a man of action. We're actually, bro, he got everybody on their toes. How much action he been doing? So we'll see, man. We'll see, bro. With Trump, you can never really sleep on the news.
Even Trump's CIA director from CIA director from his first term, Mike Pompeo, he says, "Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets." Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them.
Bruh.
I mean, they just say it right out loud. Their own press is reporting that they're...
And you know what? I love Israel, though. Why? Because they're honest people. Like, people like to say, oh, they're deceivers and all this wild stuff. It's the Jews. It's like, no, bro. No, it's not all of them. Because you know who exposes Israel the most? Israeli media. I mean, surprise, surprise. It's Israeli media that exposes Israel the most. The most damning things you hear about the IDF and the death toll in Gaza comes from Israeli media. Like, I know that's when people say when you're anti-Semitic for bringing them these facts. It's like, what you mean? They're saying this about themselves.
Israel is supplying not only arms to the Iranian protesters, but they're
Really?
Well, marching side by side with them, the Mossad is. Do you have time to cover this? Do you need to go?
Well, what do you mean Mossad is helping the Iranians? That doesn't make sense, Jimmy. Doesn't sound like something they do.
Shout out to my man Monty. He said, just renewed my membership. I got you, dog. Don't worry, Monty. I'm going to bring you on for tonight's show. We're going to go ahead and cook on that one with limited profanity, of course. But don't worry, bro. I got you.
So this is from the Times of Israel, right?
We're going to have to attack the algorithm by doing twice the work.
Israeli TV report fuels rumors
twice the clips
that Israel is supplying arms to protesters. So a reporter for Israel's right-wing Channel 14 hinted, he did more than hint, that Israel was supplying arms to Iranian protesters, sparking an outcry in Arabic media and even prompting Iran's foreign minister to seize upon the report and accuse Israel of trying to foment war between Iran and the U.S. No, imagine our chagrin. Channel 14, which is seen as close to Prime Minister Netanyahu, said in an unsourced report Tuesday that foreign actors were arming the regime. So here it is. Tonight, we published in the main edition of Channel 14, foreign elements are arming the protesters in Iran with live weapons, and this is the reason for hundreds of dead among the regime's people. Anyone is free to guess who we're talking about. So, of course, he's talking about Israel and the Mossad, and hits us from the Cradle. The Cradle says that here is footage that shows a highly trained group of individuals preparing an attack in Iran on Thursday, January 8th, loading weapons, concealing firearms under clothing, and using satellite communications believed to be linked to foreign intelligence agencies. Okay, so let's watch a little bit of that. So here they are. So there they are unloading the satellite system of communication right there. There they are, terrorists with a rifle. Here's some more. Terrorists with a submachine gun. Okay, here's terrorists with a Kalashnikov rifle. Terrorists preparing. Here's terrorists hiding weapons underneath his jacket. And then here's a terrorist distributing equipment and ammunition. And then here they're going to show you one using the satellite system. Coming up right over here.
Let me see if I can find this myself, because it says the footage shows a highly trained group of individuals preparing an attack in Iran Thursday, January 8th, loading weapons. Let's see here. Co-sealing. Let's see. Firearms, undercloth, and using satellite communications believed to be linked to foreign intelligence. This is called, okay. No, I'm actually see if I can find this right quick.
So there it is. And then here's a terrorist distributing equipment and ammunition. And then here they're going to show you one using the satellite system. Coming up right over here. So there it is. Satellite radio communication system. There they are. You can see it. And then they gave orders to initiate attack and came through the satellite. Another terrorist. So there it is. And our friend over at Going Underground, Israel media admits that Mossad owned some of the most radical protesters in Iran with weapons who then opened fire on Iranian security personnel and caused hundreds of fatalities. Israel's involved in regime change campaign in Iran. It's not a conspiracy. It's a fact. And here is one last little piece of video. This is from Colin Powell's chief of staff, Colonel Wilkinson. And here's what he had to say.
And let's not forget what he's doing right now. What they've been doing, they being Mossad, principally, but CIA and MI6, all backed by Donald Trump and his money.
I'm weak, actually.
What they've been doing in Iran is acting as if they were Iran.
No, actually, I recently heard from Sid. I heard from Sid about like an hour ago. He was recently going off on me on one of the shorts where I pretty much said that, Renee Good's shooting can pretty much be blamed on the rhetoric of the left. Bro, he kind of went off. I was about to respond to it, but I was like, I'll leave it there for now. I'll come up with a response later. But shout out to my man Monty, he says, or Mr. Paramedic, he says, good point. Maybe Sid wishing D on people didn't help. Yeah, Yeah, that probably didn't help either. I'll be real with you. All right, I'll be real with you. A lot of things that happened over the past week did not help. A lot of it.
Iranian citizens and killing Iranians and burning and pillaging and plundering. It's 1953 against Mohammad Mossadegh on steroids and on high technology provided mostly by the United States and Israel. That's what this protest in Iran has been all about. There have been some genuine protests, no question about it. Inflation's high, bread's not very cheap. You can't hardly get along if you're an average Iranian. But their ire is not so much with their government as it is with the IRGC stealing their money and with the sanctions, which almost any Iranian on the street will tell you is the first reason they're having trouble. So what we did was send Kermit Roosevelt, the latest version thereof, into Iran, and he failed. And now we're looking at the results of that failure, and God only knows what's going to happen now.
So even Trump's CIA director from his first term, Mike Pompeo, he says, Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets, also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. I mean, they just say it right out loud. So go ahead. How would you like to respond to that? It's obvious to me that this is a Mossad CIA operation, and go ahead.
Well, Mike Pompeo is using the same language that Mossad itself used on its Farsi Twitter account when it said, we are in the field beside you. We're in the field with you. I mean, I'm using a kind of a rough.
Oh, yeah. And, for a quick little interruption into this, shout out to my man Monty for this cool ass clip real quick. Because, bro, I remember this. This was low-key funny.
Shit. Language.
Wait a second. No one else is going to deal with the fact that Cap just said language? Just slipped out.
Find the scepter.
And for gosh sake, watch your language.
That's not going away anytime soon.
You bet your ass.
Steve, he said a bad language word. Did you tell everyone about
The
that?
handle's in print.
Out with the platinum bastard.
Steve doesn't like that kind of talk.
You know what, Romanov?
Fury, you son of a bitch.
Ooh, you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Altitude is...
Man. All right, now let's go ahead and get right back to it. Let's see here. Oh, and shout out my man Daniel Castro for sending in the 6-7, and I think he sent something else. Oh, no, okay, that was it. All right, then.
Of it, but that's essentially what they said.
Appreciate the support, guys.
Where did he get that language from? The former CIA director. I mean, was he paid $7,000 to tweet that? It looks like someone gave him that script. And this is a message that Mossad wants to send. They're obvious. Channel 14, by the way, that Tamir, I forget his name, the correspondent from Channel 14. I mean,
this guy?
Yeah, Tamir Morag. That channel is very pro Netanyahu. It's sort of Israel's version of Fox News. It's even more extreme than Fox News. It's where when you see like rants of pundits calling for slaughtering every Palestinian and destroying Amalek. That's Channel 14. And so they're sending a clear message there that they want Iranians to understand. First, they want to embolden the rioters and the nihilistic class that has been bombing police stations and fire stations and burning mosques and wreaking mayhem across Iran, to give them the sense that Israel will provide them with protection and security and weapons, which they have been doing. Not just now, but they did it during the first stage of the 12-day war. Hundreds of Mossad agents or assets were activated in Iran to not only carry out car bombings and assassinations, but also to attack Iran's anti-aircraft systems. That was something they openly did. There's no disputing that. And it was kind of embarrassing for the IRGC to allow that kind of infiltration, but it's hard to completely securitize a country of 80 to 90 million people, whereas Israel's this walled off Spartan colony with like 7 million people and just a massive security state. So Iran has this problem that's being exploited right now. And it's the Mossad itself is saying it. I will have an article up, hopefully this weekend, that will add more evidence to the preponderance of proof that Mossad is actively involved in these riots. These are not, as Amnesty International said, largely peaceful protests. And it's Mossad that is seeking to drive up the death toll in order to generate momentum for a regime change war. That's why they're doing this. And they're also trying to drive a wedge between the Iranians who support their government but have some economic discontent and the government itself by making them worry about their security, forcing them to blame their government for Mossad infiltration. So that's why they're putting this out there, but it's hurting the propaganda. It's hurting the propaganda of Western media, which wants us to believe that these are just peaceful protests. As I said, we're just being gunned down because they're staging sit-ins at the Woolworth lunch counter for their rights. And that's not what's going on.
I mean, is it also a little bit like they're just so over the top, psychotic and cocky, to the point where, like, remember when JD Vance was visiting Israel and Trump had made one proclamation that he will not allow them to take over the West Bank, and then JD Vance visits Israel, and while he's there, the Knesset passed a bill saying, hey, guess what? We're going to take over the West Bank. And he just has to take it. So it's like the Israel letting you know, hey, we're doing this and we don't give a shit what you think. And we're letting you know who's actually the boss. It's not Donald Trump or you, JD Vance. It's us. And we're going to do whatever we want. Is this just an extension of that? Them going, yeah, it's Mossad. We're doing it. And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that's a great point. It's also a cultural dimension here. They have this thing in Israel called dugri, like it's considered a very positive trait, and it's sort of, the Hebrew word kind of means being straightforward, but it really means like you're straightforward, rubbing it in someone's face, and it's a macho characteristic. And right now they're just like being straight up, like, yeah, we did it, and what are you going to do about it? Like, we're in charge. We're in charge of the protesters. We control everything. Like this.
I mean, it is gangster. I mean, hey, bro, that's what's so funny about Israel, though. They're just so upfront about it. You got to respect it at a certain point. It's just like, hey, they're gangsters about it. Like, this is what we're doing. We're going to say it out loud. Who's going to stop us? It's like, huh? And people complain about our attitude of who's going to stop us. I mean, bro, trust me, if anybody exerts it more than us, it's Israel.
Masked Mossad agent told Leslie Stahl of 60 Minutes.
Oh, yeah.
During that propaganda piece, basically commercial for the Mossad's beeper operation in Lebanon, he said, we're writing the script and everyone is just actors in our play.
We create a pretend world. We are a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
That's their thinking.
That is their thinking. There's also
I believe it. I mean, bro, what they got up that, that pager hit on Hezbollah, right? That was like a 10-year like operation, like on the beepers and all that. Yeah, that was a 10-year operation, I believe, and that was crazy. I was like, what? Not put bombs in their beepers and then like with a satellite, you detonated all of them and got away and got out, like, or took out. What was it, like 3 or 4 leaders? And of course, I mean, one of the leaders was next to their daughter, but I mean, it is what it is with that, but it is what it is. But it was still a very, very impressive operations. I mean, it shook everybody around the world. I'll be real with you. When Israel did that, bro, it made me look at my phone, just like it made me side-eye my phone. Even I was looking at my phone like, yeah, I don't know about you, buddy. Man, we can put C4 in these now and blow them up. Yeah, I don't know.
Cultural thing inside Israel about not being a sucker. I forget what that term is.
Yeah.
that term is called. It's quite an amazing. If you look into that, it's quite amazing. It just like this. It informs their culture, like to rub it in someone's face, never be a sucker. And so
it's a culture that comes out of universal conscription, that everyone goes into the military, and the military is the glue that binds Jewish Israeli society together.
True.
And so what do you expect to get? I mean, you have basically a society of killers. Some of them might have tattoos and go to raves and, be have a very cosmopolitan attitude and run these exotic restaurants in Tel Aviv. But at the end of the day, they're genocidal killers. And just various flavors of genocide killers. And the Mossad is really, highly educated people working in North Tel Aviv, right in the heart of a densely populated neighborhood, blending in with society, who believe they're writing the script for the future of the entire world, and they're ultimately going to supplant Western empire. They're not necessarily the religious nationalist settler crazies that you see carrying out attacks on Palestinian shepherds and burning families alive in their homes, but they have the same genocidal attitude. And right now, their director, David Barnea, he's meeting in Florida with his counterparts in the Trump administration, basically handing them their marching orders.
Come see me live on tour February 20th in Lansing, Michigan, February 21st in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for.
I guess I'll rehash this one again. Let's see here. I do want to get back to this last little video. I'll probably get this one like 15 minutes at most. But hey, I do love grilling these guys. I'm going to keep my foot on these guys' neck. Why? Because they like to say stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of the reasons I got shadow banned. But it is what it is. I'm going to keep my foot on their neck. Why? Because these guys in my community need to be exposed. Until then, it is what it is. I'll take the, what do they like to call us? Tethers. You're a tether because you're non-FBA. Wah, wah, wah. Who cares? Who cares? Now I'm about to bring the mortal enemy to these guys and myself. But we're going to react to this about a good 15 minutes. Then we're just going to go ahead and call it a round. This is round 1, and we're going to start round 2 around 8 o'clock.
Oh, that's why. Like, what the... Bro, who is more likely...
Oh, let me know. There's actually this... white person. God damn it. There's actually this... Whoops. But anyway... There's this one debate that's been going around, and no, I'm not talking about the Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels, but it was Pearl Davis versus Anna Kasparian, and however you pronounce her last name. The blonde hair, the blondie from the Young Turks. That lady. I mean, boy, that lady. I mean, real with you, she's really spirited or really vociferous when it comes to her opinions. But she debated Pearl Davis on feminism. Bro, she cooked that young lady, completely cooked her on feminism. I was like, dog, how do you lose to a liberal on feminism? It kind of let you know that Pearl Davis is in her own echo chamber and she really don't step outside of it. And then when she went to go do that, she got cooked. And hey, look who I see. Hey guys, hold on. Is that my man Kingen? Yes, it is. Shout out to my boy Kingen. I mean, he was in the chat that day. Hey, I wasn't, but shout out to my man Kingen. Who would have knew? But all right, though.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white men?
Because niggas are wildin', bro. That's why. Like, what the... Bro, who is more likely to kill me? A black person or a white person? Statistically speaking, I am more likely to be shot by a black person than a white person. Who is committing a disproportionate amount of the violent crime in America compared to the population size? Like, bro, any way you slice it, they're taking L's. Crime, prison rates, recidivism, drug trafficking. Like, what are you talking about, bro? All right, let's go into this chimp out from Corey Holmes.
Question. Okay, let me ask you a question. It depends on the circumstance.
Answer it.
I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna answer your question. It depends on the circumstance. And the interesting thing about it is this: the majority of the people, because you like to use a blanket statement. That's like me saying all black people are stupid.
Well, have you said all white people stupid?
No, I'm talking about cops.
You should say that one time.
I'm talking about
because
cops.
it's easy to say all.
Oh, appreciate the support, guys. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's go ahead and beat the Let's beat the shadow ban by more engagement by double tapping that screen.
Black people are stupid as an example. Say something about the white.
Actually, it's not, because here's the thing. If you say white people are stupid, nobody's going to give up because they get shit on all the time.
Facts.
I hate this argument from these.
Bro, I made the same point too. It's like, bro, the problem is that, bro, everybody talk about white people. I mean, actually, especially in the black community on black podcasts, that's all you talk about. Actually, you spend more time talking about white people, which doesn't help you fix anything in your community whatsoever, than you spend actually talking about the problems in the black community. That's what I'm saying. It's unproductive to just dunk on white people all day without getting anything really done. It's like, bro, all they do is talk about white people and complain about, oh, they got this power, they got this privilege. I mean, bro, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. So then let's just focus on ourselves then.
What he doesn't understand is that white people get shit on all day. You don't get no points for roasting white people, bro. Okay? You just don't. Niggas get attacked every single day. They get called colonizers and slave owners and evil white men and racists, all this shit. Like, nigga, it's not fun to roast them. Like, it's not really not. Niggas never fight back. They're like, oh, yeah, you're right, bro. Yeah, we are. Right? But the blacks, niggas get emotional. Like, look at this nigga right now. He's already about to turn into a, you know? And Anton's calling it like it is. Right? Because the thing is with these guys is they get so mad about this shit. And it's like they got to like call out black people that say what it is. They get mad about this shit.
White people.
No. You're not.
I don't think you got
people all the time.
Oh, well, I didn't hear you. Can you tell me? Because I don't know.
Yeah, see, and then that's another thing too. And I know exactly what Anton's dealing with here, because here's the problem with these niggas, bro. The clips that go viral are never the clips where you talk about white dudes. Because like I said before, niggas get shit on all the time. So it doesn't matter. The clips that go viral is when people are critical of protected groups that can't be criticized, like niggas.
Yep.
Okay? Because
it's like they'll talk about everybody else but themselves. And at a certain point, I mean, yeah, it's cool to talk about everybody else, but I mean, does that help our problems in our community? No. Dunking and joking on every other race and their problems is not helping us. I mean, complaining about white supremacy has not helped the black community, not one bit. We've been complaining about it for how long? What, decades? And nothing still's improved. I mean, so don't you think that, I don't know, complaining about white supremacy isn't really the most productive thing to do? I mean, and then it seems like you only want to call it out when your inadequate efforts fails you.
The thing is that everybody is scared to criticize black people because they don't want to be called a racist, or they don't want to be called like a colonizer or evil or some bullshit like that. So everybody's scared. So when niggas finally get the balls to say, yo, this is some bullshit.
Oh, and shout out Castro for the GG. I think he's saying good night at this point, not good game, because he said he's off the bed, man. Appreciate you for pulling up, Castro.
Bullshit. It goes viral because that's what everyone is thinking. Okay? That's why. It never goes viral when I say white dudes are for white women. It never goes viral when I say white dudes, get your women in check. They're our niggas up. It never goes viral when I say white dudes need to stop being and letting feminism control them. That doesn't go viral. Nobody cares. And unlike blacks, they can take criticism. A lot of them will be like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I guarantee you right now, a bunch of white niggas watching me are probably like, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. We need to stop letting our women control us. But if I say some shit like, yo, niggas, control these black women, what are they going to do? Hey,
bro,
shit.
Get on their feelings, because the black women in their life control everything they do, control how they think. And if they dare think differently against their wife, they will not be receiving any type of play anytime soon. I mean, the well will run dry for them because of what? How they think will let you know that to participate in the black community, you got to think a certain way, which means it's a cult. I mean, bro, basically, you won't even be good with your wife if you think differently or outside of the black community. I mean, you can't even say anything about how, well, Black female leadership in the Black community is what's screwing us over the most. It has failed the Black community, but yet we still promote Black women to be the voice of the Black community. I mean, but if you talk about it, what? You're a misogynist, you hate your mom, all this wild stuff, which is absolutely dumb. Because I'll be real with you. I mean, even Black women think we're tripping for allowing them to be the voices of the Black community. Even they think we're tripping. So I don't even know why you guys are defending this.
Why are you talking about our Black queens? That's the problem. That's the problem. We do insult white people. It's just that it doesn't go viral because everybody insults them. Okay? And also, they're not sensitive. Since they get criticized all the time, they don't give a... They don't care. They're like, you know what? You're right. Feminism is a big problem in our community. We need to kind of fix this. But niggas, bruh. Oh my God, niggas are the worst.
Liberal white women literally being the biggest enemy of the United States.
Facts. Agreed. Agreed. Bro, white women are one of the biggest issues in America, bro. One of the biggest issues that lead to societal problems and progressivism and liberalism is led by white women. That's a fact. But nobody cares when I say that. You want to know why? Because niggas are like, you know what, bro? That's kind of right. Nigga kind of telling the truth, bro. These white women got too much power. They don't get mad.
States of America. That's the thing I say every single day.
Caucasian female, the biggest
literally white.
I mean, sadly, most women most women just operate off emotion. It's nothing but pure emotion. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about the law. They care about how it makes them feel. And that's a problem, low key. It's like, yeah, when you got people operating off that, there's really nothing you can tell them. Because no matter how much you tell them, how much logic you use on them to tell them that, yo, this is the way it's supposed to go, like it or not, they'll be like, I don't like it because it makes me feel. And what about how they feel? And what about this group and how they feel? And feel, but shut up. It's not about how you feel. It's about what's logically right. It's about what's logically gonna get us to where we want to be. And sadly, all these agendas and all these political stances that these liberal white women have is destroying America. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. And you're not operating off facts, you're operating off the feelings of it. It makes you feel good to let all these immigrants in. It makes you feel good to trans your children because I guess you are keeping them from committing suicide. I mean, that's what the doctor's selling to you. So I'm sorry you're being lied to, but that ain't true.
Liberal women are the worst thing that ever happened to this country.
What about their men?
But see, now he's moving the goalposts. Oh, why don't you say nothing about white people? This is what I say. Oh, okay, what about the men now?
But we gonna get there because you keep trying to get me to qualify it by participating and joining in on the core.
I think you're doing what's easy.
No.
Oh, doing what's easy? Doing what's easy? Dude, bro, talking shit about black people will get you violence. It will get you canceled. If Black Mile comes after you, you get death threats. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It is 10 times worse to be critical of black people in the black community. Are you crazy?
Yep.
Especially as a colored person? Yo, I should show y'all niggas my DMs from the...
I'm doing what's real.
I think you don't want to go against them because if you go against them, it'll be some video of you going against them. And when I say them, I'm talking about your boss.
There won't be no video. They won't give a... They will not give a... Bro. No. They'll laugh and say, oh, yeah, right.
I mean, like, bro, you really think that... And that's how how dumb these guys are. It's like, bro, going after white dudes, bro, we can do that all day. Nobody's going to say anything. You guys are just going to cheer me on, which is great. Nobody's going to say anything. You guys cheer me on. But Shades have that same energy for when I talk about you guys. When I talk about black men and black women and the F-ups that they are, and their F-ups, not all of them, but a decent amount of them. Please have that same energy of shutting the F up and enjoying the content, just like y'all do when people bash on white guys.
Dude, okay, move on.
I don't have a boss.
We say that. We say that, but here's the truth.
I don't have a boss.
It's a reason you go after black males or black people quicker than you will go after white males. What are white men?
Because niggas are wildin', bro. That's why. Like, what the... Bro, who is more likely to kill me? A black person or a white person? Statistically speaking, I am more likely to be shot by a black person than a white person. Who is committing a disproportionate amount of the violent crime in America?
I mean, she was ready too late for me. Like, who was I shot by? A black person from Chicago, out the hood of Chicago. So it goes to show that, I mean, what's the use of, oh, you're asking me to be hateful towards white people, fear these white people, all this crazy stuff. And I'm like, bro, it's my own kind that honestly is the most aggressive towards me. I mean, it's my own kind that shot me first. I've been jumped by my own kind before. I've never been jumped by a group of white people. Like, I never got shot by a white guy. I mean, so you're really telling me that I'm just supposed to be afraid of the people that have shown the least aggression to me? Be racist towards the people that have shown the least amount of racism and aggression towards me. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Maybe your experience is different, but yeah, I just can't find it in myself to be so aggressive towards a group that really hasn't shown me that same aggression or racism. But my own group has shown me that racism. I mean, just off of where my parents were born, y'all have gotten pretty, I guess, racist or prejudiced towards me. And my own group has shot me before. So what? I'm supposed to fear the group that hasn't done anything to me? Like, how dumb does that sound? Supposed to be hateful towards a group that ain't did anything for me? I mean, that's backwards. And I ain't even hateful towards my own people. And look how much they did towards me. So what? That's so crazy. I'm not hateful to my own people that did the most to me, but I'm supposed to be hateful towards a group that ain't did shit to me. Like, come on now.
Compared to the population size. Like, bro, any way you slice it, they're taking L's. Crime, prison rates, recidivism, drug trafficking, like what are you talking about, bro? And that's the problem with niggas, bro. They don't want to accept the truth, ever. They don't like hearing it. Why you gonna say that about us, man? And the reason why that is becoming like such a big thing now is because for decades, you couldn't say shit about this. You'd be canceled, you'd be ostracized, you'd be called a racist, you'd be called a white supremacist, you'd be called a Klan member, you'd be called you would lose job opportunities, you'd be canceled. For decades, you couldn't say shit about this. So what? I notice and I say something about it, now it's a problem? I'll tell you this. If I talk shit about white people and I move to a white neighborhood, niggas aren't gonna attack me. But if I talk shit about black people and move to Harlem, I'm gonna have some problems.
Yep.
Fatality. That's the difference, dummy. And that's what Corey doesn't understand. The black fatigue is high. People like me and Anton are some of the realest niggas that actually talk about this problem that everyone else can't talk about and everyone else is too scared to talk about, right? That's the reality. Niggas don't know how to act. As a matter of fact, this conversation proves our point. Niggas tripping out right now.
Over white people,
males responsible for in this country as the downfall
I'm an
of
equal
it.
accountability smoke giver. I talk about everybody.
I'm just saying, I ain't heard you talk about white men
Well, you
since
ain't
you've been up here.
You ain't been listening.
Yeah, see? And that's facts. Niggas will see a sound clip here or there, right, from the shade room that selectively picks shit that's like outrageous to black people and say, look at this guy, he's a white supremacist, he a racist, blah, blah, blah. But they won't show all the parts where you cook white women, you cook white people, you cook Indians, you cook. Like, they never show that shit. Like, the black community, let me tell y'all something else about the black community. Some real shit, some of the realest shit I ever said. Niggas exist to be victimized.
Bro.
Bro.
No, that's the honest truth, though. It's like, no matter what you tell them to try to get them to empower themselves, they're always the victims of white supremacy. They're always the victim of redlining, white man is white man this, white man that most of the time. It's like, bro, at a certain point, you're just a perpetual victim. It's like you're always going to be a victim. And I mean, and trust me, it's not just black people that play that card, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they're the most annoying with it. It doesn't matter what you tell them to try to inspire them, to try to provoke them to do better for their community. It's always a victim mentality about, oh, how the white man's doing this, that, and the third. So I might as well not even try. I might as well play into the ignorance. It's like what? Hold on. So you don't want to do good because what? I mean, here's the thing, though. Here's the wildest part about it. They'll sit there and say being a clean-cut, well-productive black man is doing what the white man wants you to do, but being a hood adjacent or a hood N-word is basically what is the right thing to do. It's what black people are supposed to do is be ignorant as hood niggas. That's all they really want us to be. And for some reason, if you go outside of that and you're a well-productive, clean-cut man or a black man, well, now you're an Uncle Tom, you're cooning, oh, you think you're better than us. And just makes, and think about it like this, guys. Think about it like this. This is how brainwashed some of them are. So if this evil white man really wants the black community to succeed, right? If let's say there is this evil white man, because there most likely is, This evil, racist, rich white man is doing everything and putting all the policies in the world for the black man to fall. So don't you think he would want you to be a degenerate who goes out there and harm his own community, sell drugs to his own community, further destroying his own community? Don't you think he'd want that for you? Like, no, really think about that. Don't you think he'd want that? Why would he want you to be a productive man who teaches the young boys in his community to, I don't know, be educated, be a handyman? Like, why would he want that for you? So why would the enemy want you to be a productive black man? But you're over here, you know, shaming every productive black man, every well-to-do black man y'all come across or y'all see on the internet. And y'all don't see how you're exactly what the enemy wants you to be. A victim, a hood nigga, and a detriment to your community. A minus, a net negative to your community. So a lot of you guys are everything what the enemy wants you to be. And you attack what the enemy don't want you to be.
Let's call a spade a spade. These live to be victimized. Oh, you racist. Systemic racism. You undercover white supremacist. And all the biggest black creators, what do niggas always talk about? The white man this, white man this, white man that, racist, bigotry. A lot of these black creators, their entire persona is based off of victimhood. Let's keep it 1,000. Niggas like Dr. Umar Johnson, niggas like Tariq Nasheed, niggas like Corey Holcomb right now, their entire identity is around victim Olympics, how they're being oppressed, how white people keep them back, how they're not successful where they want to be. The United States has more black millionaires than anywhere else in the world. Shut the up. I don't want to hear it.
True.
I don't want to hear it. Now, I can already see in the comment section, some stupid FBA nigga go say, well, Myron, you a tether. You ain't even one of us, bro. We were slaves here. We created this civil rights movement so you can even thrive here. Okay. Okay, Jaquan Smith, since you've been here for like 8 generations and you're a foundationally black American, explain to me how a first-generation American can come here, make more money than you, become more successful than you, from immigrant parents. Explain that to me, Aquarius.
Because yeah, that'd be the funniest thing about these FBA guys. They try to talk crazy to everybody, and usually it's to the tethers, or I guess the guys who were not of FBA descent, or, you know, grandparents didn't grow up or didn't come off the plantation fields in the South. Yeah, I mean, because of that, they feel like, 1, we can't say anything. 2, they're better than us. And I mean, 3, I guess we evolved with white supremacy. Wait, what was also Myron talking about? He also brought up a really good point.
Okay.
Oh, yes. And we tend to excel. We tend to excel and like move past them academically. I mean, shoot, you know who's been running the music game? The tethers that they hate so much all through my years. I mean, what was it? Drake? I mean, they consider him a tether because his parents ain't FBA. He ain't FBA. Nicki Minaj, she wasn't FBA. So we was damn near running y'all music. I mean, guess who isn't also FBA? Malcolm X. I mean, they don't want to tell you that one. But for some reason, they got to downplay other cultures of black people, their own kind, to uplift themselves. Pathetic. It's pathetic. And here's the thing. It's these other cultures that they put down that lap them academically, performance-wise. That's what I'm saying. It's the most insecure thing you guys can do as a group of black people, is try to sit there and down others and try to big yourselves up when y'all have the worst numbers in our entire community. No offense, but it's true.
Jaquan Smith, since you've been here for like 8 generations and you're a foundationally black American, explain to me how a first-generation American can come here, make more money than you, become more successful than you, from immigrant parents. Explain that to me, Aquarius. Because here's the reality, you niggas. The white supremacy, the systemic racism, you know, Brad and Becky, when they see me, they don't think tether. They don't think Sudan. They don't think Muslim. You know what they think? That's a nigga too.
Yep.
Right? They assume I'm black just like you. They don't know the differentiation. They don't know if I'm from Sudan or Wakanda.
And you wonder why he's joking about this? Because this whole foundational black American or the fragile black American movement is, well, it is pretty much based on that. That's pretty much what he's saying. Hold on. Kind of lost train of thought.
Becky, when they see me?
Oh, yeah. They want to delineate. Delineate means, okay, well, y'all know what delineating means. Pretty much just want to separate from us. They want to be their own group of black people, but guess what? Only they recognize themselves. I mean, I guess I somewhat recognize them because they become such a vociferous crowd. And you're just like, all right, I mean, you're talking about delineation, but I mean, guess what, bro? When you sign an application, we're all going to mark down black. We're all going to mark down African American. So I'm not really sure how you're delineating when, trust me, white people ain't recognizing it. They're all going to see us as black. So you guys wanting to delineate, bro, unless you can get white people to do that, you ain't really doing too much. If you really want to delineate, I mean, try getting that done on an application where there's, oh, are you an FBA American, or are you an FBA black, or a regular black, Caribbean black? Yeah, they're not doing all that, bro. Not creating all these categories for you crybabies, okay? Okay. Like white people, they look at all of us the same. We're all black in their eyes. I mean, some of them are a bit more educated. They'll be like, well, this is West African. He's Arab. This is that. They may be a little bit more educated, but they'll still say, yeah, but they're all black. Just like we see all the Europeans and they say, well, I'm Italian, I'm Polish, I'm German. We don't care. You're all white. They feel the same way about us, brother. Same way.
They don't think tether. They don't think Sudan. They don't think Muslim. You know what they think? That's a nigga too, right? They assume I'm black just like you. They don't know the differentiation. They don't know if I'm from Sudan or Wakanda literally, or a Foundation Black American. These stupid distinctions are only in the black community because you niggas are. So I dealt with all the same bullshit that you did. And not only did I deal with all the same bullshit that you did, I also got labeled a dirty terrorist. I also got labeled an Arab, a Muslim. So on top of all the systemic racism that white people have, I got all that smoke as well. But here's the difference.
I mean, shoot.
I never complained about it. I never about it. I actually endured way more obstacles than you did, coming from an immigrant family, but I never used that to.
No, that is definitely true. I mean, bro, and it's the thing though. A lot of these FBA guys don't understand, like, but not only did we grew up in your community, but we've also dealt with the BS too, just for being like, here's the thing, before the whole FBA thing, it was about your parents being from Africa, then you're African booty scratcher, your parents being from the Caribbean. I mean, I guess you're now a witch doctor and they think your mom got a bone going through her nose. That was actually kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, they think the most wildest thing about their own kind. This was before the FBA movement. And back then, it was just jokes. Back then, we just joked at each other. But now it's like, yo, they're taking this personally. They're trying to come at us and I guess trying to make us feel shame about our heritage personally. And I'm just like, bro, we can go tit for tat all day on about our heritage. Like, I could say some egregious stuff about you guys. You could say some egregious stuff about mines. But what does it really do for us? Does it help our community that we're both a part of, by the way? No, it's only divisive. And it only further destroy our community, deteriorate, and cause further distrust amongst each other. I mean, way to go. These y'all black leaders, what? Dr. Umar, Tariq Nasheed, but they're causing the most division. You call that a leader?
Justify my failures. That's the difference between real niggas like me and niggas like y'all. You want to talk about I'm a Foundation Black American, been here for 8 generations. Nigga, you got $8 in your bank account. You were born here, you were raised here, your mom was born here, she was raised here, your dad was born here, they were raised here, they got a free education, they got EBT, they became fried chicken connoisseurs, EBT entrepreneurs, and they're still poor.
Crazy.
And then y'all niggas wonder why Nigerians.
And that's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy how they even try to bring that up. Like, my people has been here since this day. And I'm just like, bro, my people came here maybe like a couple generations ago. Like, first off, my mom came here when she was 13. Like, I don't think my dad came here until he was probably about the same age with my grandma and them. So I'm sorry, but yeah, it doesn't make really much sense how you're bragging about, oh, I'm going through this and my family's never really got their break because of the white man. And you've been here for generations. But I just came in here maybe like what, 20, 30 years ago, and I'm doing great. I love it here. I love white people. I love America. But you guys are over here complaining to me about this country. I'm looking at y'all crazy. Like, hold on, you've been in this great country. Your family been in this wonderful country longer than mine has. And we lied to you guys somehow? I mean, when does it start becoming your fault at a certain point? Because if new people are coming in doing well, how are you still here and doing worse? Like, make that make sense before you try to come at us.
Here, people from North Africa come here, even Caribbeans come here and laugh y'all niggas, and then laugh at you guys. Been here for 8 generations, but you're still poor. How is that?
And let's be real, people do shit on us Caribbean guys. I mean, it is funny though. I mean, bro, you see Hades? Hades is shit. I mean, they do not make Caribbean guys look good. Jamaica, I mean, bro, that's basically gangland with resorts. They do not make us look good over there. I mean, I'll be honest with you, they don't. But when guys like this can come over here and excel past our Black American counterparts, it kind of makes y'all look bad. And hey, yo, do me and this man Myron literally share like people? Like, bro, I know this guy too. Hey, he was here before. Shout out to my man. I really like RPGs. I think he's actually a member here or a mod. Yo, shout out to this guy. Me and this man damn near share a fan base, I guess.
I want to hear no excuses. And the reality is this: everybody agrees with me. I'm just one of the few brave that has the balls to stand up to you, because everyone's terrified of you guys. When you guys trip out, you won't say that to my face. I'll you up, nigga. What's your addy? Drop your addy. I'm not scared of you, you chimps. You. And here's the thing. Oh, shit. This isn't a skin color thing.
Oh, and shout out Hellbat for sending a happy poo for 10 jewels. I just seen it.
This is a mindset thing. That's the problem. You guys have a victim complex. It's victim Olympics. It's always white man holding me down this, white man holding me down that. Shut the up, bro.
Man, nobody cares.
Racism is no longer a valid excuse to be a failure. It really isn't. Especially United States. You actually have more opportunities than the white people that you're complaining about.
Honestly, under Biden, bro, under Biden, all that DEI, all that affirmative action, you didn't get up there. And then, I mean, bro, they was damn near letting you in because you were Black. What do you mean? I mean, that's why you guys were literally, as Myron said, chimping out when they was taking DEI, because a lot of y'all felt like that was your only way in, and that was a damn shame. When people were saying, well, how is Black people going to get hired without DEI? That was like, Black people should have felt ashamed for people even saying that about them. Like, to be quite honest with you, I felt like damn near, I'm like, wow, y'all really think that we need your handout like DEI? We need you to, let us in, even though we're not performing at that level. So we need it from you guys. Yeah, I mean, we should feel ashamed that people should even feel like they have to give us that type of charity.
Because let me ask you something. Are there affirmative action programs for white men? Are there bank loans specifically for white men? Are there historically white colleges for white men? I don't think so. Is there DEI for white men? Is there affirmative action for white men? I don't think so. So I would argue, as a Black man in America in 2025, you actually have more opportunities than your white counterparts who are suppressing you or oppressing you. So I don't want to hear shit.
Here's the thing. I mean, like a lot of the younger FBA guys, I really look at them like they're honestly dumb. Like there's something wrong with them. Because like the white man's oppressing me. Like, bro, who? This new generation of white men? I mean, bro, the new generation of white men are low-key the furthest thing from racist. It's like this new generation of white men actually want to work with you guys. I mean, to be honest with you, the further the generation went from that generation of slavery, the less racist they got. I mean, let's be quite honest, right? The white man we dealing with is a far cry from the white man on the plantation field. Let's be honest here. It's like we're dealing with a whole different breed of white man. Like, and y'all's trying to act like we're dealing with the white man of the 1890s. It's like, bro, quit the BS now. Y'all BSing us.
Last time I checked, I don't even think that there's white-only scholarships, but there's definitely Black-only scholarships. And this constant victimhood, this perpetual complaining, this perpetual, they're oppressing us, etc. We're all tired of it.
Yeah.
We're all tired of it. We really are. It's just that people like me and Anton Daniels have the balls to say it out loud. And you guys don't like it because no one has been talking about it for years. You can like it, you cannot like it, but this is how the overall majority feels.
That's the
and
fact.
Everyone's just too scared to tell y'all niggas because they don't want to get shot.
Facts. I mean, especially when you live in their neighborhoods and you know that they're willing to get violent about it, not willing to talk to you because, look, bro, these guys ain't never want to talk. There's very few times these guys ever want to talk. I remember I did a debate with this FBA dude. I had these guys lined up cooking them. Why? Because it's easy. Their debate on reparations, like, bro, these guys want collective punishment for white people, and they won't even admit that. They don't even know that they're asking for that. That's how unintelligent these guys are. It's just like, bro, at least know what you're doing instead of getting behind Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar because they're making you feel good about yourself. Like, come on now. But it is what it is, guys. It is what it is with these guys. But I mean, that'll be the last time I touch on them for now. Until they chimp out and do something retarded again, excuse my language. But all right, guys, I'm going to end it off on this one. So we're going to start back up around 8, guys. Make sure you tune in. Make sure y'all like the video. Make sure you go out there. You like all the clips. Make sure you guys like the shorts. And I also was heard from my YouTube representative that out of the over 100,000 guys that are subscribed, only 527 of you guys have your notifications on. So yes, guys, make sure you hit that bell so you're notified every time I drop a short clip or go live, and we can get more people in here and we can beat the algorithm, guys. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's make sure we double tap that screen. And yes, about 8 or 10-ish, I guess. But yes, we're going to go for 8. We're going for 8, guys, about 4 hours from now, basically 8:30. So 4 hours from now, 8:30, I'll see you guys back here. This is Set with Set Media. Appreciate you guys, man. You know what? We can go ahead and end out on something funny, I guess. I mean, hey, I like to laugh. Don't we all? I guess we're going to go ahead and just end off on this one, on the Boondocks. One of my favorite clips from there. Appreciate you guys. Peace.
Because y'all think jail is cool. But see, y'all wouldn't know nothing about that shit. Ain't shit cool about jail, nigga. Ain't nothing cool I've been here 10 years, and I ain't never getting out. Never. I ain't do much, just kill somebody. It ain't like the nigga ain't have it coming. He sure did. See, y'all think it's just about us in here, but this is about an oppressive, fucked up system designed to keep niggas down and shit. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. What about you, little nigga? You know about that?
Yes.
Oh, you know about that? Tell me what you know about that. Tell me what you think about that.
The prison industrial complex is a system situated at the intersection of government and private interests. It uses prisons as a solution to social, political, and economic problems. It includes human rights violations, the death penalty, slave labor, policing, courts, the media, political prisoners, and the elimination of dissent.
Nigga, did you just say what I was trying to say, but smarter? I like this little nigga, but you left one thing out, little nigga. Show of hands, how many people ever raped a man?
Pause.
How many people ever been raped by a man?
Pause again.
All up, 100%. You can't get no higher than that, nook. You step in here, you get raped. Right up the motherfucking brown eye, baby. I raped a few niggas myself. I ain't really enjoy it. Not that much. Shit felt good to the motherfucker, though. I ain't let that nigga kiss me or nothing, but I did tear that motherfucking ass up, nigga. I ain't gonna lie about it. But that's what the man's oppressive system did to me. Now, me, I'm more of a romantic type. I'll still rape you, but I'll definitely stroke your head lovingly while I do it. See, because I want you to like it. Now, you don't have to like it, but I'll... Sorry, I was distracted by that fine motherfucker right there. What's your name, fine motherfucker? What's your name?
Don't think that's,
Tom.
Okay, now let's talk about Tom. Tom is the type of nigga that gives us wet dreams up in here. Makes my medium brown, soft features, tall and in shape, but still soft and squishy. Now, I like to put the jelly inside my ass. Then put some of this peanut butter on top of it. I call it a peanut butter jelly and asshole sandwich. But Tom here will be calling it lunch. Yeah, nigga. You know what the system does when you come to prison? They strip you. They strip you mentally, emotionally, and they strip you naked, butt ass naked. The fuck is you looking at, nigga? Punch you right in your motherfucking temple, nigga. Give me your motherfucking clothes.
You're supposed to be scared of the kids.
I said, give me your motherfucking clothes. Start with your shoes, nigga. Hurry up. You need some help?
I got it. Now you see this, kids? You really don't want this to happen to you, okay?
And your shirt too, nigga. Hurry up. Take it off. Okay, kids, y'all motherfuckers looking, huh? Tom just got his motherfucking manhood test, and he failed. He should have knocked my motherfucking head off. And you know what that means, don't you? Tom, you get raped. When you go to prison, the most important thing in your life is going to be booty.
Yeah, I better listen to him.
A man's butt. Booty, getting some booty, is more important than eating food. It's more important than drinking water. If I see a man I like, I tell him like this here. I like you, and I want you. He wants you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, Tom? What's it gonna be? I asked you a question, Tom. I can't hear you, Tom.
I don't want to answer.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom.
I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore.
Sound like to me you wanted the hard way. Give it to him. Calm down. Now
we taking over the prison. So back up, back up, back up.